the tubular guys. I mean, the Wasting Yester dudes are now live on YouTube for your viewing pleasure.
My clap.
Yes,
All right.
he said it. He said it. We can
Let's
shut it
start
off.
this right.
We can shut it off now.
Turn the stream off, bro.
What are you talking about? It was as right as it's ever been.
You sweet boys. How the fuck are we?
Laden with technical difficulties.
But
good spirited.
It's
absolutely.
It's never been realer.
You misuse both of those words.
You guys will never know the struggle that went on the past hour and a half between the three of us of just an unbelievable amount of like choppy bullshit, like
a dead
not being able to hear each other. Yeah.
Let me actually.
So it was
it was
all on my end. Let's say that.
Let me ask you,
all
boys.
on my end.
Boys, let me ask you something. Oh, never mind. Actually, I just saw Chipsticks in the chat. What's going on, man? I was gonna say, whoever's got a phone, check and make sure that the stream is live and actually looks good, because my phone is right here. But
I'm gonna.
Yeah, we should be on. We were planning on starting at 7:30, I think, but we were trying to do it off Adam's laptop. He was all prepared. He had great stuff ready for us, and then his laptop pooped itself, so we had to transfer everything over to mine. Surprisingly, only took about a half hour. So
yeah,
we're okay.
Mitch is the fucking MVP of tonight, bro.
Yes, for sure.
It's an absolute king and queen, all wrapped up in one.
I'm
seeing it on my end, by the way, so all looks good.
Bitch in.
Looks good on my end as well.
So this is our tasty little album artwork right here. I just kind of set this up on the side because yeah, I thought it would look good while we were doing the opening and just chatting and shit. But we have quite an event planned for you all tonight. Adam, would you do you want to take the reins? This was kind of your like brain baby.
Yes. So I'm gonna preface this by saying that I pretty fucking hammered. Not gonna lie. Feeling pretty toasty.
He just had a gig today.
But had a gig, drank a good amount of Fireball whiskey at the gig, came home to these two beautiful faces, and decided, you know what? Let's share our music with the world. So what I was thinking for today, first of all, I was curious in the chat, you know, as we get people in here, I was curious of who actually like watched the little documentary that we saw, or that we put out, because
I guess I'll admit that I sat through the entire ordeal, and I came out a better man, but I may be one of few.
Yeah, you're probably the only person that came out better for it. But it yeah, I was curious because we could chat about that a little bit. I mean, but so pretty much what I was thinking is we chat about that a little bit, just, you know, have people funnel in. And then I thought that we could listen through, you know, our child's, the second album of Wasting Yesterday. And, you know, just go through the songs, talk about the process, talk about how we came up with things, how we wrote certain things, the process of actually like being there together and like having certain things pop up as we were making it. So I thought that's what we would sort of start with, and then from there it could just devolve into madness. To be honest, just have it devolve into, because when the three of us get together, it's always a good time. So I feel like no matter what we do on this stream, it'll be a pleasure. But you know, Mitch again is the MVP for getting everything, all the technical side of things working.
For lack of better words.
Yeah.
Adam got all the technical things working, got everything perfect, and turned on his laptop and opened 3 tabs, and his laptop said, I don't know, not today. And so Mitch had to take the reins really quickly. But so
I'm curious
the two of you
how...
are the two MVPs are both on a pedestal in my mind. I have no idea how any of this works.
No, I'm curious how that whole process went of like me hopping on and then having me just like turn into a fucking glitch monster while you guys were like trying to have things set up? Or was it just like me pausing and then like you would hear like random shit and then
It was just kind of like nothing, and then like I heard it. What are they doing? And I was like, all right, this we need to do something about this. So Mitch and I were like, is this our problem? But we could both see that everything was going okay. So
Yeah. We were struggling, but
yeah.
Yeah, another a big congratulations is in order for Danny, who just got his doctorate in at Brown University. He is a full-fledged doctor now, so it's a big round of applause for that guy. Not only does he make insanely tasty jams, writes very profound lyrics, but also you know, does amazing things in the world of science.
He makes insanely tasty bank being a doctor. So
yes, more
Hopefully
money
someday.
than me and Mitch
I
could
know.
ever dream.
I know.
You know?
36K a year. Oh my god, that's where it is.
Big dollar.
Boom. I appreciate that.
Yippee!
Yeah, man.
I saw that in the
Good-
chat.
I was gonna
much
say,
congratulations.
A doctor of things that no one cares about, which is many of the doctors.
I fucking care.
Yeah, we
I-
fucking
I
care.
appreciate that.
We do.
And then Mitch also just got a new gig,
Yes.
a new job as well. So congratulations to you as well.
Yes, I did. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, a
We're-
lot of
it-
change. A lot of change been going on lately.
Yeah, it's very very exciting stuff. So very very proud of my bandmates for sure, and very excited to. We've been, I mean, in my brain, I'm actually kind of curious the time when I actually like sent the text out and was like, we're gonna. I probably did it separately, like asking both of you like, what's a good time for us to do this, and have the three of us sit down and have a session live. But for me, that like as soon as like the album was a go, I was like, this has to happen. Like we have to do this.
Yeah.
You were
'cause it's been-
talking before the album even came out. You were talking about doing this. So
It's always
It's been
something
years since we had material,
yeah.
and to
Exactly.
have that, and it's not like, it's not the. I feel like the stuff that we make is not the current type of material like that influencers make, which, you know, some influencers make really great stuff, and other ones just make stuff like more stuff, which
Yeah,
can be good or bad.
content.
Like
Mhm.
the reason that this took 6 years was like a very good reason. Like there's a lot of depth that's contained in what we came out with and presented to the world. So
we're fucking
So it's
stupid,
a
and it's hard to make
totally-
shit. I'm sorry.
There's that.
Well,
There's
it-
also
it's
that.
in-
That's part of it.
it's interesting you say that because it's like, so we made and it's funny because there's certain songs that are on this album that are as old as the first album, you know, like
That's so true.
Older.
or
Yeah.
at least like, you know, in that same time frame, like
Mhm.
like there was songs that we were writing 2018, you know, like still me and Dan living at Bloomsburg together, you know.
Apartment 32.
You know, and then there's other songs where it's like as new as like early or later last year, you know, like we were probably writing like Split and
Yeah.
Make Believe like at
I-
I'd say from the summer to like maybe October, like
I had-
around that time.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
had half of a demo of Make Believe in 2020, and I did not touch that. And then like months ago, we were like, "Oh, let's dig that back up." So
Can I break the immersion a little bit, even though you kind of already did, and just say that those songs were nowhere featured within the documentary because they weren't even like something that crossed our minds for being on the album. At least not mine. I didn't know these songs existed until last year, but
No,
that just wasn't
same
part of the
here, like-
process.
yeah,
Well, what's fun about that, and what's fun about the documentary is that like, it's for those of you who watch the documentary, it's not really song focused. Like we reference songs and we like there's times where we're working on songs, but I put this out and I especially put it out on the Tube Dudes page to sort of show the dynamic of the three of us. Like the sort of this what you would get from like, and obviously in an edited down version
Mhm.
of like a week of us working on some shit together. And obviously a lot of the like fucking around and the little gags and stuff were seen on the camera, and then there was other times where it was like we were so in it and so locked in on certain parts of making this album that, like, you know, we didn't even think to have the cameras rolling because we were just so locked in.
Seriously.
So like it's funny how that works. And as I was going through some of the footage, I was like, damn, like there's some things on this album where it was like, oh, I wish we would have like gotten that on video. But I don't know about you guys, but like I feel like I act slightly like not completely 100% genuine once a camera's thrown on, you know? Like it takes away from that like magic a little bit when it's
Yeah.
like we're actually just in it and we're
The key is
going
to have
for
the
it.
camera rolling, but nobody knows. It's like that philosophical dilemma. Like, if the camera was rolling, were you like just as funny or no?
Exactly.
Which was the case sometimes. And we get some of those moments in the documentary. Which
I
love.
actually keep a camera on at all times in the fly of my pants so that nobody's looking for it. But that's where a lot of the footage came from, especially the zoom in on the ass shots that they just informed me, because I forgot about this, but apparently every time one of those showed up, it was me doing it.
So you know where Mitch's mind was for that week.
Yeah, that checks out too.
Um,
It is based off eye tracking, so.
Oh yeah, but regardless, it's always those, and I mean we've had the three of us have had multiple, you know, weekends, weeks, just times together where it's just like the three of us get together and it's just, you know, it's just magic, and you can't even recreate it. You can't even. So it was special that like Mitch had the idea before, you know, Tube Dudes even started or any of that.
Mhm.
To have the good sense to be like, let me bring my camera and we'll just
It was
we'll
your
just capture
camera.
some of it, you know.
It was your camera though, I'm pretty sure.
No, it was absolutely something that you brought.
I thought it was your camcorder, like the one we used to do Tube Dudes videos.
No, it was it was like the silver little like family camera. I don't know.
Was it like
where you got it
the
from.
like vertical one that had the flip out screen? That
I
That
have
sounds
no
familiar to
clue.
me.
It was, I just remember it being like this
no
little
way.
silver camera that you brought,
oh my god!
and it had like a night mode, and you like that.
Oh, I
It was
remember.
absolutely.
It
Because of
was.
the-
I thought it was like your camcorder and everything. I really just brought a camera.
The one
I
that
got-
we used
okay.
to, the one that we used to do old dynamic covers videos on.
Yeah, and then
No, it wasn't that camera.
No way. That's amazing.
But
I actually didn't
which
remember that.
is funny because I mean now it's like we have phones that are good enough that you could just like record anything on your phone. But at the time, we were like, let's get like an actual camera and just like record things. But
Oh.
that is funny how, and I mean, God, at this point, that's like 4.5 years. No, 4 years old, because it would have been
2020.
That week would have been July, the end of July of 2020.
Yeah.
Wild.
Which is funny because then Tube Dudes
I dropped so much cash
started,
on gear
like after that.
that year, man.
You did.
Like that was when I got the Black Star like in the video, which I ended up selling later for a loss. You know, that's how that obviously
Loss.
always goes. And the reason was just because I had to move across the entire country in my little tiny car, so I had to
Yeah.
get rid of that. But I also bought my other guitar, which was like, you know, at the time $1,100 was a lot, but nowadays apparently Epiphones are also $1,100 or more,
Jeez,
which is
That's
being
gross.
debated actively on the interwebs.
I'm not involved in that,
And
but I
which-
can see why.
Yes. And so that was a very much a year that I remember in terms of music, because it was like we got the amp, we made the record. Oh, and not to mention, a close family member of mine lost my red guitar. Or sorry, my Stratocaster, the one that we have like on the album cover
Bruh.
that has the Metallica
Yeah.
sticker on it. and it's just gone forever. So there were a lot of changes that happened that summer. So I cannot forget 2020 as the specific year in which this all went down.
This was
'cause
like
I remember we went to the basement. We made the shit. I bought the amp. I left. I bought the guitar. So it was.
this was like
It's not like I had the money.
This was like right when things were starting to ease up after the vid, like
Exactly.
because I remember like we had just like gotten over. I think I'd just gotten over getting it one of the first times, and then I was immediately like to my parents, "Hey, I'm gonna go down to to Adam's place for a week. We're gonna record all these songs, me, him, and Dan. We're gonna eat Domino's every night till our stomachs blow up." Because they were $6.99 for a medium at the time, and
Oh
yeah,
my god, it was like $4.99. It was like
Was it
cheap
really?
as fuck. Like
it had to be at least
it was-
it had to be
it-
at least
it-
$5.99.
it was probably more expensive, but it felt like it was maybe when me and Dan were in college, it was like $5.99 or something. But
I
like,
could not
it was-
possibly remember those days. All I know is that I see a $6.99 deal. I put in like one or two measly things in the cart nowadays. It's like 32. And I'm like, okay,
life ain't
somebody
the
was
same.
lying here. This said $7.99 on the ad. I'm like completely confident in that. And somehow we went from I got one pizza. I didn't even get soda. I got like one ranch cup, 50 cents, sure. 32.13. And I'm just like, all right. I'm like not that great at math, but I don't know, man. Back then it was like $20.11, which was also not the best, but much better than 32.
Well,
It's
yeah,
insane.
well, I mean, lately anything's just fucking ridiculous. I haven't even. There's not
Yeah,
even a
that's so
Domino's around
true.
where I'm at,
Yeah,
so I
mhm.
like just don't even. I just don't even go for it. But I have to assume
Heartbreak.
everything is just hiked up in price. But we I don't know. 2020 was like just everybody just caught like a million L's for
Yeah.
everything. Like it just everybody was just fucking. So like, what sums up. What sums up that, like what you were saying before, Dan, was you buying that fucking like little wire for something, like something to connect to your
Uh,
to your amp,
Yeah.
and then it was just like the wrong one,
Yep.
and
I
just
remember
that was like the perfect example of just like you copping L's on just like I actually didn't even know about the Stratocaster. I didn't.
Yeah, that's a recent development. It's
That that was something that
unfortunate,
like
Sorry.
but-
that is
yeah.
unfortunate.
Yeah, it was like I borrowed this person's guitar for years and returned it gracefully. And then they borrowed mine for years and then informed me that they moved out of that place and they weren't sure where the guitar was. And I was like, well,
L.
yeah, big L.
Oh.
I'm like, so it doesn't really matter what happened. Like, it was in your house at some point, right? Like, you live 20 minutes away from my house, so I wouldn't imagine it's that hard to say, hey, I'm moving out. Do you want this back? So, not entirely sure what happened to it, but I'm trying to live with that mindset of like the Phoenix, like from the shout out Staros album from 2022.
Yes,
The old everything's gonna be over at some point, so just that's that. And now like my main guitar is the Les Paul, and so that's been the that's where the emotional connection is right now for me for the last several years. And I got another one, and it's an awesome one too. But like there's always one guitar that you kind of anchor the emotions on, for me at least, and so now at least I have one. And I honestly feel like I love the Les Paul more than I loved that other one. It was more just like the sentimental value. Like my parents told me that if I learned 8 Metallica solos that they would get it for me. And it was like $100 at the time, which nowadays I guess is like $500. Not to keep bringing that theme back.
I mean, everybody knows it's relatable.
Yeah. But it had like that C style neck, like the 50s neck. Like I think the Stratocaster I had that same neck, so that aspect of the Les Paul actually feels kind of familiar. But for some reason the sustain of the Les Paul is just like we don't have to keep talking about that.
I understand though.
I have 2 beers left, so I I would love to get started on the music.
There's
We're
only 2
burning
beers
daylight,
left.
baby. Dan's burning through cores like it's no tomorrow, bro.
Like it's
Yeah,
Smokey and the Bandit.
on a like you sort of touched on it, Dan, but just before we get started on this
That was
music journey,
crispy. Fuck.
that was crisp as a motherfucker. I
That
just
was
noticed you have
good.
that mic. That's I is that new, Dan?
Yeah, this is the LCT.
Relatively. Oh, smexy.
This is
as
the
a
one that
motherfucker.
it's the one that I thought broke, and it wasn't actually this. It was the Scarlet.
Is the
Yep.
Scarlet. Well, the Scarlet is presumably cheaper than the mic. I'm
Much.
assuming.
Nope.
Really?
The mic was
Nope.
about twice as cheap as the Scarlet was like $250. I got the I went
Oh.
up one step. Like they have like
Oh, you
the entry level
upgraded.
Scarlet, and I was like, that one was 170, and when I got my same level Scarlet like back in 2016, it was like 100. So I was like, if I'm spending $70 more, I'm just gonna spend like 50 more and go up another level. So that
Real.
was my
Fuck yeah.
reasoning.
But
sounds
a
amazing.
quick aside that is relevant. So obviously, for those of you who don't know, I mean, it's a couple of y'all, and we're just kind of hanging out. But for those of you who don't maybe know, we're part of a band called Wasting Yesterday, and then my two beautiful co-band members also have their own music that they've released. And I would like to give them a second to sort of talk about the other projects that they're a part of before we get started here with the music.
I'll be back in 1 second.
Dan said, "Fuck you."
Well, he
I'm
really
going
said,
to-
let's put Mitch on the spot. To be honest with you, I don't really have anything to say about Plume at this point. At least more than I don't really know what I want to say about it, because it's kind of been dead in the water. Not that I've stopped writing music per se, but it's very much I never really knew what I wanted to do with the band, and I very much changed direction to doing it for myself instead of trying to plug anything. So, I mean, we put the link in all of our videos anyway. If you want to go listen to the stuff, it's there. But right now I'm really not trying to do anything with it. But Daniel, I know, is actively making music that fits his own brand and his own spiritual what it means to be Staros. So I think I pronounced that. Did I pronounce that right? I've pronounced your name wrong for years. I'm pretty sure.
It's actually so
Yeah, so if you look up that on
Whoa!
Spotify, you can find him.
no, you were completely right.
Good. Okay.
There are two classes of people: those who say Staros and those who say Staros.
I said Staros to
and-
begin with.
I've kind of always accepted both of those, so
I don't know. Staros like has like star is in it, so it's like I don't know. That kind of
yeah, that's
that
part
kind
of
of
it
gives
for
it
me.
that like nice little shine to it. So I feel like Staros is the
He's
better call.
sparkly.
Yeah. Well, so to merge several topics, Staros and Wasting Yesterday. This is the old fellow that broke the Scarlet.
Rip.
Who? So I was like, I thought about like just like tossing it, and I was like, I feel like that's kind of not like there are some things in life that you can toss for space. This doesn't take up that much space, but like literally not just the songs we released, but every demo, like everything that Adam and I ever thought of went through this into some laptop. Like I have a new laptop even. Like I don't have the old one that I originally did anything on. So like the older Wasting Yesterday stuff to me is more important than any of like my solo stuff. But the solo stuff also like, you know, went through this one. So it just kind of sits in my closet now, and it's just a nice reminder of those things that you don't necessarily like. No one can buy this. Like this is something that we put years of thought and meaning and like experience through, and like came out with things that we decided to like, you know, not pursue, and other things that we decided to post and promote. So I wanted to show this first because I just have it sitting in my closet.
I fucking
But yeah,
love that, bro.
so Staros is nice. It's like a Wasting Yesterday spinoff in my mind. Like I just do mostly acoustic type of songwriting, and it's a lot of it's like love story, like, it's kind of Taylor Swifty. Like if I was a guy who was Taylor Swift, like it's in that direction. But there's also some other songs that are more like, I feel like there's a lot of depth. Like whether or not you agree, you think that Taylor Swift has like depth in her music. I think I try to write stuff that when I hear like each line, it gives me like shivers. So I think that that's something that Wasting Yesterday and Staros both share. So, and then to just toss another note on that, I'm pretty sure that some of the old Plume stuff used to be purple, right? I don't remember if I'm remembering that correctly, but
Yes.
I love purple.
You
And
guys might be
I don't know if
seeing
I
beef
stole
right
it
now.
from you.
I'm not sure yet.
You definitely didn't, but it was a Plum-based band, so it would not surprise me. The first album was called Rainbow
That's
Drive,
true.
so
That's a good point.
there was prominent purple featured in it. So I always
Purple,
describe.
okay.
I described
Well.
Staros the other night as
Sparkling
just
purple?
as pretty boy music, just the prettiest boy you can imagine in the form of music. I did not mean it as a diss, if that's what you were, if you had any hangups about it, but in the most sincere way possible, that's how I feel is the
appreciate
best way to describe it.
Well,
My association with Pretty Boy is Jesse McCartney, and I loved Jesse McCartney growing up.
Real.
So
Roxas is my goat.
well, and so I will agree. I mean, from the time me and Dan started writing music, or like singing or doing anything, I always, when people were like, "What's your dynamic?" or like, "What's the deal with like you and Dan?" I always likened it like Dan's got like the really he's got the really pretty voice. Like think like Ed Sheeran, think boy band, think like very very good sounding, can do the runs, can really fucking rock that like higher
I
register.
can also sing.
Well,
Sorry.
God damn you. But like just how I always explain things, and I was like the power one. Like I just like, because it's interesting. The first time I met your parents, me and you like just sang a song together, and
Yeah.
and it was immediately your dad just goes to me like you're and like your dad, I love the guy to death, but he was like yeah, you've got a really loud voice, and like that's not really a compliment, but like it was like I know your dad, and I know that he meant like genuinely, like he was like, you fucking rock,
That's funny though.
but like but so
Just accurate.
but and it's accurate. It's like I always had the sort of like powerful, gritty,
It's
and
the
Dan,
theater.
you
Because you did
you-
theater for years. Not to interrupt
theater.
you, but like,
No,
like
no,
you
no,
were conditioned. You were
absolutely.
taught to like project. So anyway.
Yes, and like I sang a lot of like, I mean, the things that I like trained my voice on as like a young singer was like Sweeney Todd, Phantom of the Opera, like that
Yep.
kind of stuff, So it was like, so once I got to like, me and Dan would do like a 5 Seconds of Summer song, or like, like an Ed Sheeran song, and like my voice was not tailored to that kind of stuff, but like I think that's what made our dynamic so fucking dope, was like it was, and then listening to Dan, I would be like, oh shit, I can like take stuff from this, and then I put more emphasis on like wanting to learn runs, wanting to learn how to like have better vocal control, have like a better, so like I didn't go into like a small room and just blow everybody's fucking eardrums out, like, and then still Dan always just had this like crazy control with his voice that like I just always envied to no fucking end. But I love that shit. So it's
I appreciate
interesting.
that.
It's interesting now, like having us like all together, the three of us, where we all mesh so well together. Again, hammered.
Hammering.
But
Everybody put
but
your
you-
drink up to the camera. If you have one.
Liney.
Cock.
Yes, sir.
Amazing.
Cheers,
Cheers,
brothers.
everyone.
Boom.
But it is interesting to see, and even, I mean, I've only known Mitch since 2018. Does that sound about right, Mitch?
Mm-hmm.
And Dan since like 2015. but like we started the band in 2016, I'd say. Like
And we have such a romantic origin story, which is on our much dated website, which I'm not sure if it exists anymore.
Oh
I
God.
don't
But
even know
anyway.
if I don't, do you
It
want to tell
probably
that
does.
story, Dan, or
Well, here's a question I have for you guys. Do we want to start the listening process?
I was thinking about that, yeah.
Or do we want to? I think what we should do. So here's what I think we should do. I think we should catch up with chat real quick, just to be kind to all of our
Yes.
viewers who are so lovely to be sharing this with us. And then we should start listening, and then we should interject after certain songs, tell the story, maybe catch up on chat again, just to kind of keep things moving, you know. So it's not too much.
Oh,
Just
see, that's why we need Mitch, because he keeps the fucking train on the tracks, you know?
Yeah.
so
Train
I.
on the water, boat on the tracks.
Well, I want to hit these points eventually because they are like good stories and they should be told. But I do also want to get to like listening to this album because I don't know if y'all know this, but I didn't like write a single thing off of this album. So when I gush about it and when I say that this shit is incredible to me, I mean every word, and I can say it because I had nothing to do with it.
I would like to make a large exception, larger than your penis, Mitchell.
A
It's
2-inch
and
exception.
4. I've measured it.
4.
Beast Boy, how long was his penis?
Um,
I looked the wrong way.
so there's a part in Saving Tomorrow where you have like this, like
It's
Dance
true.
Forever kind of thing going on,
It's
and
true.
it's so amazing, and it glues the whole song together because there's this insane solo, and there's like this whole Death Cab for Cutie mixed with like a little more energy from wherever, and you just like took this part and you just like built it, and so that's what I gush over personally.
That was a
But
that was a
that's all
use
you.
of that was a use of leitmotif because we did it a couple times during the recording process where we took something from like one of the Apartment 32 songs or from one of the previous songs on the album and we Toby Foxed it and we just put like a part of the song in the other song, like, and you did it too with like the make believe guitar solo, like that ending run. There were other
I would
places
say
like
we star roasted it to be a little egotistical.
that's
because
actually
my
true.
Brand, but
That's true as well, but Undertale came out several years. I don't even want to think about
Damn
how
it.
long ago that was. That was a long time
why
ago.
didn't I know about this?
But you did it as well with like the lyrics for
Great.
Split and like we'll
all
get
love.
into it all. But that was another thing that I thought was so cool, like listening to how you guys really put this album together. But I want to start getting into it. But just
Let's do it.
real quick, just to read through.
But
You were saying?
while you're reading through, I'm just gonna grab another beer real quick, and I will hop
I'm
back
also
in.
gonna pee.
Okay.
I'll be back in 2.
All right.
Well, yeah,
So maybe we shouldn't read the chat, but like we'll be right back.
Oh, I
Bye.
mean, I was just gonna go and say like thank you to people and stuff. You guys can be here, or you cannot. It all depends. Adam's already gone, so I'm just gonna read through a couple of the comments. I just wanted to say, for those of you who are still here, I know people dipped out. People have been coming in and stuff. Chipsticks, Derek, Bradford, the Chadford Burke is here as well, and it's just great to see you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the kind words in the beginning and throughout. Coffee Man, I don't know if you're still in, but thank you for the super chat, and again, just for the kind words and saying that just being here was dope of you guys. And you know, I don't know really what more I can say. Leaky coming in and saying this isn't of Garten of Band 9. What the hell? I don't know what we're even gonna do with that series of games, to be honest. This is like a totally different like piece of lore in our lives. And bring Dan for the Shadow the Hedgehog drinking game would be a good idea. I'm gonna float that to the two of them during one of the like breaks that we do. That's a great idea. Yes, I think his name is Staros. He said he's accepted both, but Staros is the way that we've been pronouncing it. Spineapple Studios, I'm currently being jump scared by short-haired Mitch. I did. I've been through a lot of changes lately, but that was one of them. That was a big one. And the only other thing I wanted to hit here, Dan, we got a chat from somebody named Algato 1966, maybe Algoto, but I'm saying Algato because sounds like the capture card. What do you guys think of the Drake versus Kendrick beef?
I will say that I'm not that informed on that. But I liked both of their beats. So I guess I am undecided. I'm like an independent in the American political party. Maybe.
We could go off on this later if we so choose. I'm not invested either, but Kendrick kind of killed him. I won't even lie.
Okay. Yeah, I apologize. Yeah,
I'm not invested.
not,
I just
not
know the memes.
knowledgeable at all.
The memes are just really good, and that's the extent of my knowledge. I don't even know if this person's still in the chat. Oh, Spineapple is Cora. Okay, Corin. All right, I got you. Just yell at me if I said it wrong, but I didn't know you changed your name. That's cool.
I'm currently.
Your YouTube name.
I
right?
didn't see the being jump scared by a short-haired Mitch. I know, it's insane.
It is pretty
It's so
funny.
short.
It is pretty
It's a good
funny.
look. I didn't think I was gonna like it when Mitch told me he was getting a haircut.
I like it way better now that it's grown in. It was just long hair was way too much for me, and I've been meaning to do it for a while, but I just finally fessed up and did it. So
I agree.
all right, so now we're all
Very
back.
beautiful man. So yes,
Adam,
we're
we-
back.
Yeah, let's fucking go.
We caught up on the
How
chat
was
for the
the-
most part. Sorry.
How was the chat?
Oh, the chat's good. I was thanking everybody. You know, Coffee Man, he gave us a super chat. I don't know if he's still in, but he basically just said he wanted to show his thanks for the support, and no, he was showing support. He thanked you for the content. Keep up the work, and I'll watch the VODs. My clap. So he said everything that needed to be said, and I just wanted to say thank you. And to everyone who's still here. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna pop on the lyrics sheet. We're gonna go song by song, and we're just gonna. Oh, it actually looks pretty good on screen. And then we're just gonna like go through the lyrics as we fucking go.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm gonna.
Sorry,
I think
was just reading the chat myself since I missed it.
I am going to inflate it a little bit if I am able.
Did you weigh in on the Kendrick Drake beef?
We didn't have a
Mitch
ton
and
to
I
say.
are both equally on.
I have none to say. I don't know anything about it.
I just think that
let's hit my attack.
Kendrick's kind of
Sorry,
popping.
Let's do it.
Kendrick's kind of popping off, is what I would say. But
Kendrick's definitely my favorite of the two. So
yeah, he don't be after kids though, so he's kind of favorite by default. Actually, I wonder if I can.
Rock and roll.
I'm just trying to see where I got. Okay, I'm like from there to there. That's not bad.
And so, just so I know the rule, are we gonna listen through the whole song and then interject, or will we interject throughout?
If you
What do
want
you
to,
guys think
if
is
you
better?
want to interject, just yell pause.
Okay.
I'm gonna set it. I'm
Pause.
Okay, all right. What do you want?
Yeah.
I have it set at a volume level that should be okay. Like you could hear us if we start talking, but we would need to pause if we were going to, actually
good.
say anything of
Sounds
substance.
good.
So, and I'll try my best to keep up with the lyrics. I can't see OBS and the lyrics at the same time. So, actually, no, maybe I can. Hold up.
Are you sharing this with us, or will it just be seen on the live stream?
Oh, it's just going to be seen on the live, and I apologize for that.
Oh, no. I mean, that's totally fine.
Oh, this
Just
is
just so I know to.
I'm also watching the live stream at the same time. just
This is
to
how I'm
kind
gonna-
of,
Same here.
this is how I'm going to do it.
Figure out what's going on.
Yeah, we good. Okay. Gentlemen, are we ready
I mean,
to
we
listen?
know the lyrics, but
Are we ready to listen to My Clap?
Yes.
let's do it.
Let's go. First song, here we go. Can you guys hear me, by the way?
No audio.
Oh no!
I can't hear it.
All right, sorry. We're gonna roll that back. I actually do have to be screen sharing through Discord, so this is
I
gonna.
was mentally prepared for that disappointment.
This is gonna suck, but we can do it.
Uh-oh.
Can I just share audio maybe instead? I'm.
Well, Chipstick says they can hear it. So
Yeah, they can hear it.
Like I mean, me and Dan could just chill here in silence.
No, as long as you
Plug
can
in.
hear, the song, it's gonna be fine. I'm gonna hit play real quick, and that's gonna fuck up all of our
Alright.
that just fucked up all of our cameras.
That's okay.
It's actually
I hit-
not. Like it badly fucked up all of our cameras on.
No, well, I see. Let's see. I see myself, and I see two Mitches
Oh, should I
on the live stream.
say not? Should I not?
I clicked watch stream personally.
Oh, this is gonna be another thing. Hold on.
Just me and Dan could just like not be seen.
No, because then every time I'd want to have you guys on screen, I'd have to like shut off the stream and then reset the screen. I'm just gonna fix it right now.
Oh, all right,
boys. I'm just gonna need you to yap.
So should we close the? I see like my screen is just my attack lyrics.
Yes.
Should I go back somehow? I'm not.
No,
exactly
you
sure
guys
how I
don't
would
need to
that.
do anything. It's on Discord, so when I start streaming on Discord, it moves the camera around.
Okay. So yeah, Adam, how the ladies been treating you?
Fucking terrible, Dan. What the fuck do you think, bro? No, I mean, you know, not too bad. I walk through this life, and you know, a girl of the opposite sex comes up to me, and they're pretty nice to me most of the time. So you know, that's all you can ask
That's a win.
for. That's all you can ask for.
I
love the idea of
personally-
like some.
Oh no, please go ahead.
No, just the idea of like, how are the ladies treating you? And then you have to like think of like every single like girl that's like come into your life in the past, like, you know,
Yeah.
a couple
So
of
I
weeks. It's
must.
like, oh, this one was okay. This one was fucking
I-
terrible, I guess. But
I just see him
must
flashback to
admit
getting the
that-
shit beaten out of him by a woman. Like,
I'm just getting my ass absolutely fucking rocked. by just-
yeah.
So
Okay, Dan's back
my
now. Adam.
my friend Matt and I were in Saratoga Springs a few years ago, and he has a friend there named Adam. And so this is the origin of me asking you that question. So we like went out to brunch, and we each ordered like a mimosa, and we're just kind of waiting for the waiter, waitress, whoever to like come by and take our order for the food.
Yeah.
So Adam's like slightly older guy, and still technically single, but like, you know, out and about. And so Matt and Adam had been friends for years. And the waiter, waitress, whatever, came over, took our order. We were like, yeah, we'll get French toast or whatever. I don't even remember. And they left. And maybe like 10 minutes later, Matt goes, so Adam, how are the ladies treating you? And the three of us didn't know, but like the waitress who had been serving us this whole time, whose gender I kept concealed until this point, presumably, came to the table and didn't hear any of the conversation, just heard like blah 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 blah. So Adam, how are the ladies treating you? And they had been flirting this whole time.
Good.
So his whole face turned just like beet red, and he's like, and she like poured our water and like walked away, and he was like, Matt, why would you do that to me right when we're so that's the origin of the Adam, how are the ladies treating you story.
That's actually really funny that you dropped that on him.
Well,
That's just a good thing to drop anyway.
it's always good when you can embarrass your friends at any point.
All right,
Agreed.
gentlemen.
There,
I'm sorry.
I can see all three of us on the live stream, by the way.
Yes, I just fixed it. Let me know if you hear this.
Hell yeah.
You hear the song?
No.
I'm not hearing anything.
You don't hear the song at all. Okay. Well, I know the audience can hear it. I'm just trying to figure out how I'm gonna get y'all to hear it.
Oh, interesting.
That's
play it
the
again?
issue. No, hold on.
There is a delay. So
All right.
I don't know if
You can
Yeah.
see the Windows Media Player now, right? On Discord?
Yes.
yes,
Indeed.
Do you hear it?
I can
Oh.
hear it now.
Bitchin'. I guess we're starting then. This is the first
Let's do it.
first real song on the album. This one's called
Fuck
My
yes.
Clap.
Starting off with Mitch, heavy. Let's do it.
Is it possible to make the volume louder?
Not without fucking over the audience. Maybe a little bit.
All right. Fair enough.
Just a little bit.
It's okay.
Just turn it up, boy. How's that? This riff is so sick, by the way.
Perfect.
Nice.
Oh no! What happened?
Why,
What do you mean?
why did you minimize your application?
What's going on?
It says screen pause. Columbus has minimized their application.
I did not.
Sit tight. Uh-oh.
It's still going.
Oh shit!
Yeah, nothing's wrong on OBS.
Weird.
It's fucking 2024. What is fucking going on?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Me and Dan can hear it. But I mean, that's okay.
The audience is
Yeah.
still listening right now, so
Yeah.
we're on verse 2.
Yeah. Okay.
Just like edge me and then punch me in the dick.
I'll try to fix it while we're listening.
You, Adam, you live and you learn.
You fight and you edge, I guess.
Yearning for this fucking chord.
Oh shit, I know what happened. I'm sorry. Are you hearing it again?
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
I did.
We're in
I,
again.
I'm,
Along the way.
I minimized the media player. That's my bad.
Sorry for talking.
I told you that from the fucking beginning, man.
No, you were so right though.
No hard feelings. Just hard P9.
Such a sick part. Adam, can we talk about the fuck off now? You're done and finished.
So, Dan, do you want to pick up on that? Because I believe that's your, doing, right? That little scream at fuck off now, you're done and finished.
I personally don't remember adding that lyric. I remember adding the scream.
So I
It was
remember
years ago. So
Yes, yeah. I remember I added the when my mind is screaming, the little like high one that you hear before that.
mhm.
But Dan added the fuck off now, you're done and finished. And then there was a couple of screams that you had added to. So this is interesting actually.
No, I'm just
wow.
gagging on the fact that it's the wrong "your." I didn't want you to go any deeper than that.
Oh, like on the lyrics?
Yeah, it should be the "you are" contraction. Because
Oh,
I'm a
I didn't even
nerd.
fucking I didn't even notice that. But that
that was
is an
it.
interesting point. So there were actually some screams that were supposed to be in during the guitar solo.
Yeah.
That ended up like as I think just as My Attack was one of those songs that like was one of the first ones done, and then there was a million times that we like tried to change things, and then at the very end we were like, I kind of just like how it sounded from the beginning. Like there were some things like added and subtracted, but My Attack was like the perfect example of like we got that song pretty close to how we wanted it,
Mm-hmm.
and then felt like we didn't like it for a bit.
I
And
I
then
kind of feel like most of the demos were in a similar boat to My Attack. Like it was very close. It was just more like there were certain parts where there was a lot missing. Like it would be like singing, and then it would just be like digga-dat, 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 digga-dat for like 4 or 5 measures, and then we get back to singing again. So a lot of the additions were like lead guitar parts or like things that help to build the energy, from my perspective at least.
Yeah, he had a
Well,
pretty
that's-
sick.
We
during,
also had at the beginning, like we had like other drum parts that we wanted. I personally, because basically the other things, Adam, that you're probably thinking about that like were ultimately abandoned were like there was something about the energy that wasn't right to me that like I was trying to address, and like I would address it in the wrong way and then like abandon it and so on and so forth. And then at some point I realized like it's more about the subtlety of like doing it in a certain way. So
dude,
that was at least my
the drums that you have for the final version of this song, though, like I'm thinking particularly two spots in after the solo, like going back into the last chorus, which we'll get to in a minute, and the beginning, the way that like the pounding sounds, like as the guitar comes in, like the boom, 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 like that kind of thing, as
Yeah.
it's like doing like the that adds so much to it for me. It sounds so meaty in comparison to how the
Interesting.
original version was.
The intro I will totally credit to our audio engineer Tony Moglia, who's out in Nashville. Like,
Hell yes.
if anyone listening right now like wants a producer, like this guy is insanely good.
Oh,
Like
he's your guy for
he'll
sure.
just yeah, any genre, because I've heard all of his shit. Like, let alone this. Like, we sent him this demo, and like the drums that he sends back are like this boom, boom, and I was like, oh, like what were we doing wrong? Like
It
you
was
can't.
thick.
It's not even something you can
There's-
teach someone.
There's so
So
much meat in it for sure.
yeah,
Yeah, because all of
and
these
then
songs
the,
were
the one.
all these songs were done just in GarageBand, and everything that like makes it sound fucking, unless I'm like wrong on anything, but every like bit of production that where it's like, oh, the tone of this is incredible, it's guaranteed it was something at least touched a little bit by Tony to improve it.
100%. So just so the Tube Dudes fans like have an idea. So Tony was the one who mixed and did the vocals and everything on both the Christmas medley that I did as well as Look My Way.
Yes.
So if you want to contribute my vocal performance to anything, absolutely contribute it to Tony Moglia, who did all the and Tony always said like my bread and butter is drums and vocals. And I mean he kills everything else, but like he like there's something about his drums and there's something about the way that he does our vocals that the second, cuz he did our first album too. And I mean he's only gotten better with time. And we were like hooked the second we heard how he did our vocals. So
Real, he's done excellent work.
So just for people who maybe aren't familiar with our work but are familiar with the Tube Dude stuff, you know, that like if you were to listen to those, you can contribute those to our audio engineer as well.
Real quick,
again,
So
he's awesome.
I just sorry, I also want to make
No,
a
you're good.
comment on him, like the make believe, which again we'll get to. There's one part where like the during the chorus you can hear there's like a drum fill, which like I composed the drum fill, but he's the one who EQ'd the final like digital drums that ended up on the track. You just hear this like tom ring out. It's like digga digga digga, and it like has this like resonance that every time I hear it, I'm just like, oh fuck me, dude, it's so fucking good.
Oh, the resonance is so
Anyways,
good in
Rich,
Make
you were gonna-
Believe.
Yeah.
It sounds so good in that
The
song. But I mean,
drums.
yeah, we can hop in there. Do we want to continue the song? Since we haven't even
Yeah.
even gotten to the best part of My Attack yet, which
Yeah.
is coming up.
Yeah,
Let's do it.
Let's do the listening party. Real quick to catch up. Who asked what I miss and who is this new chap? This is Dan. He is the other half of Wasting Yesterday. Adam and I
To you,
Staros, you're correct. Adam and I collectively, Adam is 30%. No, Adam's about 40%. I'm 10 and Dan is 50. Staros is 50.
That is an absolute fucking
That's reasonable.
accurate fucking
Yeah. That's it.
For
Well,
the music aspect of things.
So a very small point that actually leads into that was the way I liken to thinking of Danny and Tony is like Dan is the fucking mastermind of it. Like he's the one who like makes all these crazy cool ideas, does all the music stuff, does a shit ton of the writing, like a great vocalist, great musician. And then Tony listens to what Danny's put out and goes like, "Oh, I have the years of experience to make that sound exactly how you want that to sound, which
Yeah,
I think is
that's
just
a great way to
so
put it.
like we found like that perfect fucking like mix of that.
Yep.
So just to fit into that idea of like, you know, like Danny will make like an awesome fucking drum fill, and then Tony will EQ it to make it sound fucking professional.
I think Tony's actually
just a small point.
Tony's actually more of the 10% then when I'm really thinking about it like that, because he does all the mixing work and shit. I just do occasional arranging and occasional like production notes.
Mitch, you have plenty of to bring it back to plums. What's the fucking where the guy puts his thumb in a thing and pulls out a plum or whatever?
Oh, that's Big Jack Horner from Puss in Boots: The Last Wish.
But
yes.
but you have plenty of input on Wasting Yesterday stuff. This album in particular, not as much as other things, but that's
I was
for
gonna
another
also
time.
just add,
One day we'll get
on
back
a
to this song.
philosophical note. So I know that I assume that the viewership on this channel is largely comical, and that's like I tend to be very like, you know, like funny shit's going on. But I go back and forth like 200% this way and then 200% like totally deep philosophical type of shit. Just as a preface, but in all sincerity, like in terms of art, like one single small comment can change the feel of an entire song. And so in that respect, like the sentiments that Tony and Mitch have offered on like several of these songs, although they were not like, you know, hours of thinking about how do you arrange something particular, like say Mitch or Tony made a specific comment, like me or Adam or both of us or all three of us or whoever would sit for a while and figure out what that basically meant for the song. And it's like in my like having done STEM for a while, I associate it with like physics. Like there are certain scientists who are known for having had a bunch of ideas, but they didn't like pursue anything in depth, so they never got like recognition for it. But like the reason that that field exists is because they were like a fundamental part of that. So like in some sense, that's more important than the people who actually like scratch every last detail out. So I really don't think it's something that should be underplayed, like the comments that Mitch had at any given point in any given song, or that Tony had on like EQing things. Like it just like you change this one detail and everything just like comes together. So it's really like everyone is giving 100% and there's 1,000% coming out.
I completely agree. I completely agree with that.
That was 100%. A really
100%.
long-winded way of tickling my balls, Dan, but I do appreciate it.
I'll come to Pennsylvania next week and do it the short way if you want.
easy, yes. But yeah,
all right, let's finish up song one.
We need to hear the best part of My Attack. It's coming up right now. I turned it up a little so we can get more out of it. Let's go. Let's go. This is the bridge right out of that next chorus. That guitar is thick as shit too.
It's that extra third at the bottom or whatever it's called.
Yeah, it's that fifth, I think, right?
It could be a fifth. I'm not versed.
It's just good.
You're probably right.
All right, here it fucking comes. Get ready for this. That's what I was talking about. Those drums were so good. Also, those gang vocals, courtesy of your old roommates. Pristine.
We
Yes.
did have Joe and Isaiah come down for that, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Oh my
Yep.
God. I couldn't remember if that was something I wanted to happen or if that actually did happen. I couldn't remember. That
Yeah.
makes me so happy to remember that we actually brought their asses down and had them on the fucking album.
I don't think you
Yep.
did it while we were there that week, but I know that you did it.
No, we definitely did the gang vocals for that, and we also did the gang vocals for Little Dipper.
Are you
Which
sure
again
we
didn't
did
end
it?
up being on this album?
We did it that week, though?
There's no shot I would have done it without you guys.
Oh, my God. I feel like it happened separate. I don't know why I feel like that, but
Maybe
yeah,
we
I mean-
didn't then. Maybe it was like, because I for sure remember us all close to the mic, far from the mic, like midway, you know.
I remember us
so
doing
it could have just been the three of us.
I remember us doing it. I don't remember the
So-
ones
Yeah,
with Joe and
so
Isaiah
It
in
might
that
have been
moment.
a thought then.
What I thought was the case was that we wanted to have those two come down, but then they were kind of like embarrassed about it, and then we did
Real.
it, and we did
Mm.
that, and we also did Little Dipper.
That
But
could have been the
I-
case, yeah.
but
Real.
it makes my heart happy to think that maybe they did end up being on that, but I don't know if that's the case. I might have to ask them.
I know
It
they
might have
were
been a better
on it.
memory
I
than
just
you.
don't think it happened that week. But regardless, I mean that song that's such a, that one was so hype. I was so happy with what you guys did with that song because just to start the album out on that was insane.
Yeah, so I mean, you guys are gonna hear this a lot, but well, I mean, for that song specifically, the dynamic of that song, if I don't, if I recall correctly, I wrote the lyrics for that one, and Dan did all the instrumental for that one. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
I think that's,
I-
yeah.
So I was very happy with the lyrics to that song, and again, that song keeps with the theme that a lot of songs have, especially in that bridge that Mitch was creaming himself over. I don't know,
Baby.
just that idea of like a burdened brain or like a brain that burdens you, like it pops up a lot in Wasting Yesterday songs, like
Yeah.
a lot, and then it
Largely courtesy of you, to be honest.
well
Adam.
Yeah.
because I
Imagine being mentally ill.
well, it's something that I music specifically. I mean, for me in my writing process, I won't do this every song, but like for this song and most songs that I write, like where it's mostly me putting input into the lyric part of it. There's some sort of thing that I'm working out, you know? And a lot of
Yeah.
it feels like I'm feeling burdened by something. And so working it out often also helps, like, emotionally with whatever was burdening me, but also makes for great content and lyrics. But so
Like Split, for instance, man.
I was just gonna say. I was waiting to
we'll
say
get
it.
there, but I didn't even know what those fucking words were. But then it's like it hit me. Please, everyone who's listening now, use this as an incentive to just listen through till we talk about Split. If it's in 4 hours, so be it.
It will
It's-
be.
the last fucking like verse of that song. I heard it and I was like, oh my god, that's so fucking dark. And
Dude.
it's like, oh, it's so perfect.
I
yeah,
think
and
we
But
need
Adam,
to.
you shine through in that
Oh,
environment.
thanks, man. I really appreciate it. And so the last thing I'll say about that is that music for me in lyric writing specifically is often me working through shit. So My Attack is a very good and most of the songs on this album that were mostly me writing is usually just like that sort of working things out in a healthy, sublimative,
Yeah.
in a way that sublimates issues that like you could get very dark and upset with, but I feel like this is a good place to write about it and make something awesome of it, and then to mix that with just the unbelievably insanely cool shit that Dan makes musically is just like, and I mean, you've added, subtracted, done all this kinds of crazy shit with that song. I mean, the things that get me are like the fucking, especially on like the guitar solo, like those fucking pinch harmonics and
Wheels?
that kind of shit.
Oh, that's brand
Like,
new
give
for
me
me.
give
but
me
yeah.
a fucking break. But I'm gonna
Yeah.
let you pop off, Kim.
Yeah, the
but,
harmonics
like,
are
yeah,
wild.
That's like that
I
shit
agree.
just gets me on a different fucking level.
That was when I had just started on. Big shout out, whoever's listening. This is actually like probably the second time that I've like particularly said, "Hey, everyone who's listening." But there's this fucking
Second
band.
within 5 minutes too.
They're Scandinavian. I believe that they are from Norway, and their name is Lost Society. But I
Yes, sir.
discovered them in 2020, and like, I don't know what it is. Like, I don't want to go off on a big rabbit hole. Like, there are particular elements of their music writing that like they put the squeals in like these particular spots that just like undo my entire existence. In addition to everything else that they do, but like that band was partly the inspiration for Stuff in My Attack, like to just have those, and also in Split, like to have certain energetic elements in particular places. So I'll pause there, but please look up Lost Society, and I have no connections to them other than being a fan, but they kill it. So
That's how I felt about
we should
Wasting
probably go on
yesterday.
to the next song.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
On to
Yeah,
the next,
I
baby.
appreciate that.
So the next
Yeah,
track is
I
the
yeah.
bottom. I'm sorry, you were saying?
Mitch, after you.
Okay, I was just gonna say the next track is the bottom. The lyrics that we've had up on screen
Oh.
for quite some
Yes.
time.
Yes.
Let's do it.
This is one of my favorite ones. Even more so than the last one, and a lot changed with this song as well. But
Yeah.
you'll-
One of Gabe's friends like came up to me and was like, "The Bottom is such a good fucking song," and I was like, "Hell yeah!"
it is.
Really?
So, like, it's just like, the people. My nana was like, "These lyrics are so profound." I was like,
I have
Dan's
a
the
story to
fucking
tell
man,
you about this song afterward,
means
but
a lot.
we shall just begin with playing it. I
Yeah.
believe.
let's listen
Agreed.
through it.
All right,
Agreed.
track
Do it.
3,
Do it.
technically the bottom. And can I just point out too that this riff is like what magic feels like? Like
Oh, 100%.
even just on like a direct in like 6 string, it's miraculous like hearing this shit.
I'm gonna add, and we keep it playing.
Yeah.
The way that Tony made the bass and the drums work in this song play a key part in that,
It does.
keeping that like consistency.
The licks are so tasty in this song too. It's insane. He's definitely playing them on time, but the desync on Discord is probably insane.
This was the first song that I recorded anything with my Gibson.
Yes,
Like those licks specifically, I put down with the Gibson.
and you can tell it was inspired by the guitar. All right, here we go. Chorus is so good. The trill, the Stara's trill. So delicious. This drop is the best part of the song, in my opinion. And then it's just like this beautiful, like ethereal fade out where Dan just like makes love to a guitar while this like beautiful like reverb is happening and the drums are pounding. But
it was the Gibson, needless to say.
The Gibson really
every Wasting Yesterday song is just Dan just making sweet, passionate love to a guitar.
Well, the Gibson really
Like,
inspired you with this song, I could tell. It's
Definitely.
like we still got, I think, like half a
It was
minute
kinda
at
like-
least.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Like slash,
Solo.
like slash style. You can turn it up, and I can keep talking.
Yeah, I'm balancing for the audience, so don't you mind me. It's still playing.
Okay.
Don't you mind me. I just gotta say, Dan, I think some of my favorite vocals you've ever done on any song is your "So Live Here in the Now, Stop Wondering How."
Oh, it's so good.
Might be some of my favorite vocals that you've ever done on any song. In
Interesting.
all of Wasting Yesterday, all of Staros. I mean, there's most songs have something that makes me go like, oh, Dan's just on another fucking level. But like that, there's something about that it's almost uncharacteristically fucking just fucking punches you, bro. Like
Yeah.
Danny's stuff is always so fucking beautiful sounding, and that Live like just sounds very like rock opera, just fucking gets you in the gut, you know?
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
I appreciate that a lot, dude. I just want to take a moment to comment on that. Can you still hear me, by the way?
Yes.
I have my mic on. Okay. I
Thank
thought
God.
I turned it off. So I think I've said this to you before, Adam. I feel like my inspiration comes from something external to myself. Like, I don't know if that's cliche or not. Like, I don't really, like, I don't fucking care. Like, when we all
Good.
talk about, like, oh, Danny does
Real
this, like,
shit.
he does that, whatever. Like, oh, this, like, element of whatever. Like, when I sit down with the guitar, like, I really genuinely feel like there's some other, like, not necessarily like a god or something, like something that like enters my brain and just like forces itself to be put on a page. And then when I look at it afterwards, I'm like, oh my fucking God, like, where did this come from? It is completely not something that I sit down and like do. Like, I don't think like, oh, I'm gonna write like a like meaningful lyric today. Like I've been stressed for months, and then I just sit down and like put something down, and then like something just happens, and then I come back to it and I'm just like, what the fuck? Like it the reason I say this is because like when I listen to this stuff with you guys and like appreciate it, it feels like I am external to like it, whatever it is. Like I feel like the three of us are external to like this song or this lyric or whatever, and it's something that just happened. Like it feels like an external thing, and it's like it's so hard to describe because there are people who will say like that it's like an egotistical thing that I would even like phrase something that way, and then there are other people who have philosophies that are different than mine who think that like the creations of people are entirely separate from who they are. So it's like a weird thing for me to straddle. But like I've thought this many times. And Adam, when you and I like write music together, I think you've told me that you have had similar experiences where you write like a lyric and it just seems to flow. I guess maybe it's related to like the surrounding content. Maybe like you just write something that seems to fit within the theme of what we're trying to convey to people, and then like post facto it seems to have like some relationship back to what you're actually experiencing. So maybe it's like a subconscious thing, but I don't know, like it's a very powerful thing for me. Like it's something that I really think about.
I
No,
think
I love that. No, I'm sorry, Mitch. After
No,
you.
I was just gonna. I mean, I basically agree with him. Like all the best songs come out that way. You know, it always just kind of feels like you're taken over, and it's like you hear this thing, and it's just in your head, but you got to get it out of your head. At least that's how it is for me. Whenever I feel like I really write something that's like, not to say great or like good even, but like really solid conceptually. It always is like
Mm.
I'm not consciously thinking it so much as I'm just putting what I hear in here out into the world.
I completely agree with that. I think that I, it's interesting. Here's a good example. So I think there's times where you're living life and greatness just comes out of you, and then there's other times where you are adding on to somebody else's or even your own past like great lived experience. So a good example of that is is I let's take Beaches from the first album.
Bitches.
I wrote at least my part of the lyrics or the beginning of that. I was hammered on a beach in Point Pleasant, New Jersey,
I'll be right back.
and was just hammered, living my life, thinking about my ex-girlfriend, thinking about the friends I was with, thinking about my life and the different feelings I was having. And I literally wrote lyrics in the sand, took a picture of it, was told my friend, "Do not let me fucking forget this." And then
Amazing.
came back to Bloomsburg that next, school year, and Danny Danny goes to me like, "Hey, I have some lyrics that I," and it was the first lyrics of the song, which presumably was kind of that same idea of just like you were just living and just it was something out of yourself. You weren't like thinking like I'm going to make great lyrics right now. You just put lyrics down, and then
Hmm.
from those two things, you and I both worked on the rest of that song. So it's the duality of like there's times in these songs where you just make insanely beautiful, I'm just living in the moment pieces. And then other parts to these songs where you're like, okay, that's fucking magic. Let's work onto that. What can I work into that? So
Yeah,
there's a interesting dynamic to that. And like
definitely.
I can't speak for you, but for me, there were times where again, you would write something insane, or I would like latch onto an idea that I really loved and then go sit in my bed in Bloomsburg and just fucking fucking just word vomit
Can
a
I
bunch of shit. Yeah.
can I
Go for it.
um I think this might be silly but also maybe meaningful. Um to reverse the role here, because
Hmm.
if both you and I have felt this before, um it seems possible to me that like something that you wrote meant like something particular to me. So maybe it's like you writing something specific wasn't the thing that was to be lauded. It was more like the place that I was in life was something that accepted what you said in a particularly unique way. So like um based on what you were just saying, like those are the themes that I get. And like so maybe there's also like a self-inclusive aspect of that where like something that I specifically write for whatever reason is something that I totally randomly came up with, but then when I listen to what it could mean, I assign it to a particular like part of my life that is hitting me in a certain way. And like maybe then it feeds off of both of us. Like you say something specific and maybe you don't know exactly what you mean yet, but because of whatever I'm going through, I like hear it in a certain way. Like maybe that randomness could actually be the key to explaining this kind of like external feeling that we're talking about. And then like once that happens, there's no controlling it. Like once you have that inspiration, like you run with whatever that meaning was, because it's only a few words a lot of the time. And I've never thought of it that way. So it's like it's kind of giving me goosebumps to think that like Adam says 4 words, and then they really mean something specific to me. And then I like take that interpretation and run with it. I don't take the words. Like I do, but I don't at the same time, you know? So
I
that's
I
kind of
think
weird.
Real.
I think an amazing example of that. I mean, a bunch of Wasting Yesterday songs have a really good example of that. I think one of the best examples of that, which me and you, Dan, have talked about before, which we won't get into because we haven't gotten to that song yet, and we'd like to keep this moving. But I think Make Believe is a amazing example of that. Um, and once we get to that song, I'd like to delve into that a little more.
Yeah, I'm gonna
But
try to hold it in, but my pants will not be the same when we get to Make Believe. But we'll get there.
let's rock on to the next song.
Oh,
Yes, please.
I promised I'll try to keep it real
Song
quick.
3.
I said I'd keep it quick, but I promised a story about the bottom. And I don't know if
Yes, go for
I don't
it.
know if I've told you guys this one, so I just wanted to tell you anyway. But I remember there's this coffee shop that used to do like, well, they still do an open mic, but like it used to be very like popping off in like the small town actually that I was born in. And I remember I went there one night. I think it was like the week that you guys released The Bottom, as The Bottom was the third single, right? From this?
I think so.
I think
Yes.
it was the week that you released The Bottom. I remember I went
Yes.
and I went to this open mic and I was just like, I am feeling this song. I need to play it. And like I hadn't been there in ages. But I was in like, not to like, you know, jerk myself off, but I feel like I was like, that was like at the height of like my singing ability, at least a couple of years ago, you know? And I really just remember I was like, this is a song my buddies wrote and I'm just doing like a truncated version. And I put everything that I had into like playing that song. And it was just such like a powerful moment for me. And I remember like after I finished, like the energy in the room, like during the last chorus was like unreal. And I don't know if I'm just misremembering it because I really love the song or if that's how it actually was, but it was just like incredible, like having like this like entire like building full of people just like hearing this like song that like my boys wrote that was really meaningful and just really powerful. And I don't know. I just remember like putting my soul into like playing The Bottom, like the one time I ever played it by myself. And it was just like, I still think about it every time I hear the song. Like it really like changed. It was one of those like life-changing like musical moments for me. And I don't know if anybody even still remembers it like from the coffee shop or whatever. I don't think any of them are watching this. They could correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like the energy in the room was just insane. Everybody's first time hearing that song. Like it was crazy.
Yeah.
Like I just remember like the applause were wild and people were like, that song is like incredible. And I was like, I know I didn't write it. That's why I agree.
I remember you talking about this.
I did tell you. Okay.
It means a lot to me that song meant so much to you. It means like, you know, obviously a ton to me as well. But I feel like when I wrote that song, oddly enough, like I wasn't experiencing the emotions contained within like as drastically as you would think.
That happens a lot.
Like
yeah.
Yeah, like I just was kind of like I feel like everyone is striving for something and then once they get there, they're just kind of there and then it's like, "Oh, congratulations." Like, "All right, on to the next thing." But like oddly enough, every time I listen to that song alone, like in the shower or like on a run or like whatever, I'll say probably accurately like 70% of the time I either get like a tight throat or I tear up in some way
Yeah.
because I'm like I should really be grateful for like this. Like exactly what's happening right now. Like don't why do I always have to be thinking of something else? So it's one of those weird things where like I did not feel that at all when I like wrote the lyrics to that. But like it's so like I don't know, like eternal in some sense.
Yeah, it's
Well,
it's one of those songs where you start
It's
like
weird.
if you give it any like kind of time of day, like you get to like at least like that like last chorus, and it just kind of like grabs you by the throat and is like
Ugh.
you need to listen to like what is being said. It's
Yeah.
I agree. I think it's just one of those songs,
first
man.
of all, what a fucking gift it is to have friends that like, and all three of us have experienced this with the other two. What a fucking gift it is to have friends that make you feel that way. Like in both these experiences, you know? But like especially
Yeah.
your story, Mitch, like that we have people in our lives that have created things or just the experiences with them, and then also the things that they make allow for this beautiful fucking moment in our lives that like we'll never forget.
Yeah,
So that's something so fucking beautiful.
it's a
And
beautiful different kind of thing.
two, like it's interesting because I remember those the bottom specifically and Saving Tomorrow both have a very special feeling of like it was before the pandemic, but it was right when I had moved to Philadelphia. Like I remember my room was made different than how it's been for years, and how, you know, the Tube Dudes crowd has seen how my room is and everything. But like I remember being on my bed in like the different way that it was, and and texting Dan and having Dan send me messages and like little things like, do you like this guitar thing? Do you like this guitar thing? Do you like this chorus better? Do you like how do you like this for a song? And I mean the second he sang the way that it is now, I was like, that's the one for sure. That
Mhm.
is 100% how that song has to sound. And then the lyrics on top of that make for such a it because it is a very again, like my nana said this like best, is like it's a fucking profound song where like you really, if you really sit with those lyrics, there is something that really grabs you. Like it truly, and it's interesting to think that like because whenever I think of that song, I think of Dan sending me like memories from like 5 years ago and being like, I wish I was back at that time. And like that's kind of one of the many ideas of the bottom is like
Yeah.
is like you thought your life was terrible then, and like you thought now would be fucking everything. But now we look back at those memories like, fuck man, for one more day to be at Bloom Beach, or to be at apartment 32, or to be down at Fog and Flame, you know.
Dude,
So
you're gonna make me
it's
tear up, dude.
so
Yeah.
just on that, those are that's what comes to me when I think of the bottom. So
Yeah,
again,
man.
to not drag this out too long, but
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have told the story if I already told you guys.
how dare you?
Yeah, I know.
No, I think that's
I
perfect. And
I'm seeing a lot
yeah,
of great comments, by the way. I don't know if we've addressed them directly, but um, Spine Apple Studios is saying when you look at a blank page, you usually go into it knowing you want to create something, but you don't know exactly what it will be. So that's like, you know, obviously exactly what we're just saying. So that's a wonderful insight. Like it just like comes about as like a secondary kind of experience. Um, and then
Yeah, pour out's a really good way of putting
later
it.
someone was talking about the first Skillet concert that they went to,
Yeah, that's
where they could feel this like energy, and it's similar to that too. Like you just like whether it's the three of us or like one of us alone, like you sit down and sometimes you just feel it. Like this happened to me a few nights ago, like with my own like Staros, like my own like solo music that I make. Like I sat down with an old demo from a few months ago that I haven't touched in a while, and like for some reason everything hit me at once, and I was like, oh dude, this has to happen. And like the last 2 or 3 days I've just been like making it happen. But like that moment of inspiration is like there at live concerts, it's there when you're like with your friends, it's there when you're alone. Um, it kind of like if it could, it should have its own word in some sense. Like Mitch earlier was saying that he has gone through some trouble lately, and like one of the things that he's noticed is that he has actually been motivated to sit down and like write something that he then later was like, oh, this really is valuable. And
I did
I
say
would
that.
say that
True.
that's the same feeling. Yeah, I would say that that's the same feeling as these other things that we're talking about. Like it's a unifying concept relating back to, in our case, like auditory art, that should definitely be valued. And on that note, I need to take a piss, so I'll be
Yes, you
back
do.
soon.
Just to catch up
I
real quick.
yeah.
Sorry, Adam. What is it?
No. All I was gonna say to answer that is that, as Dan was saying, like sometimes the thing that you put onto the page or put out into the world, you come back to that thing and you're like, I no longer even like resonate with this thing anymore. Like I get it as a concept, but in that specific moment, it either in a creative way, like just out of pure fiction came to me, or out of pure nonfiction was something that I was genuinely feeling.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can touch back on that thing and look at that and be like, I don't have any connection to that anymore. Or the connection I have to it is like, oh shit, that's awesome. But it's not like, oh, I still feel that way. So it is interesting that feeling of like you put something down on the page or anywhere, and
Brian
then come
actually.
back to it and be like, it's valuable, but maybe not even in the same way that I was feeling at that moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, what were you saying?
Well, Brian actually, and also welcome Brian. By the way, it's great to see you again, man. It's
Welcome,
been
Brian.
ages.
Great to see you, bro.
Yeah, I wanted to like try to like say welcome to people as they were coming in, but he
Cora,
literally like
Brian,
as you were
Brad, all you guys are
as
awesome.
you were saying that, like he said it changed from a feeling to a memory, like a moment in time, something you can reflect on. Like that's how I feel about a lot of those songs, like that you were just talking about, where it's like I don't have a connection to this anymore, but like at one point you might have, you know. I don't think I've personally ever written a song that I didn't have a connection to, either in the moment that I was writing it or in the moment that I was going through that thing, if that makes sense. Like I was either going through it or I was reminiscing about what I was going through.
Well, it's interesting because same thing here. I mean, most musicians. There's very few musicians that just write straight fiction, and I mean,
Yeah, you
even
can,
most
but
fiction books. It's even most fiction things that are written. It's like there's characters or there's plot points that have to do with a nonfiction thing that's going on with the actual author.
Mhm.
Like very rarely do you get work that's like completely removed from the person writing it, because like how could you,
Yeah.
But
That's a
it,
whole can of worms in itself, but it's very
that's
true. Everything has a bit
but
of the person who made it, you know?
there there is something fun about writing things that are fictitious, in that like the story that is being conveyed through this song isn't exactly what happened in life,
Yeah.
but has roots in feelings that you had in in non-fictitious things. And I mean, one of my favorite recent songs that I've sort of that I put a lot of writing into. Again, Dan helped me a lot with this song, but and Mitch as well on the production side. But a song called New York Hotties that isn't out yet, but
That's a good one, though.
is a song that is in all intents and purposes a story and is nonfiction, but is rooted in things that have actually happened, as well as things that it was just like, let's create a fun story around this concept,
Hmm.
And I mean, that's why I love bands like Coheed and Cambria and Pink Floyd, and bands that do concept stuff. Like, give me all that, because like I love the idea of like, here's something I'm feeling, but let me remove myself and put it into a story. So
Yeah.
that's what I'll say about that.
And you know
concept.
what?
Yeah.
And I think one of the first songs on this album that really has like a few of those like concepts and motifs that end up coming back later is this bitch right here.
You son of a bitch. Let's do it.
Dan, did you have anything else you wanted to say before we moved on too long from the ride? I know we ended up both peeing and then yapping to kill the time, but I didn't know if you had anything else.
I am waiting for Uber Eats to deliver me another 12-pack, so that's it.
My fucking man.
A good use of money. All right, here it is. This is the first single. This is the first song from this album that came out. Might I say,
Oh, fuck yeah.
very good choice for that first song.
I listened to the demo for this the other day. I sent it to you both.
You did. I remember.
Man, I forgot to respond, but we'll respond. I'll respond to you off stream. Probably
I'm not
about
responding
it,
to you
it's
now,
awesome.
though.
I'm giving someone else the wheel where we drive. I'm certain I don't know, but now I feel so close to somewhere that's so far away.
The vocals on this one are crispy, too.
Yes, sir.
And the guitar, the dueling guitars are immaculate.
Time I'll take the dive. For once in my whole life, now it feels so close, but something still wants me to stay. I'm over contemplating all the destinations I've kept waiting. I'm eliminating all the doubting, wanting to contain me.
There I am, Gary. There I am.
I fucking love your vocals in this song.
I'm glad you
Me
like
too.
it.
So we'll drive into the unknown where we'll find a place to hide from troubles left outside. And I don't mind as long as you are by my side. Along for the ride. I never felt so hot for what was always there to find. A place to break away from all the confines of my mind. To leave my world of comfort.
This clean
for a
guitar
life
shit
that's
was
plain to
Tony's
see.
idea.
If only I forget the lies
I,
that took
I didn't know who came up with it. It's such a good idea.
the cycle as
The clean sounds
I
so
agree.
like ethereal. It's. I'll shut up.
That goes in with that idea of just like every single little concept that each of us brought to it made it this. You know?
Yeah, and the cleans are like the intro and the outro. Oh, Dan Rep's here.
After all their wasted promises, who honestly can blame me? There's a rolling silence every day. I'm left here contemplating. The world's my stage, so turn the page. So we'll drive into the unknown where we'll find a place to hide from troubles left outside. And I don't mind as long as you are by my side. And when our time to face those troubles there inside, I'll be fine. Together we can
That run.
find that when we
Yeah.
drive, the whole world can be by our side. When we're
I love that part.
That's fairly new, correct?
The second guitar is.
Dude,
Yeah.
2 solos? Really? It's,
How dare
it's,
you.
It's good.
Yeah, the second solo was never really intended, but when I lived with my ex for a while, I like was just playing guitar a lot and I came up with it. And so like that solo has like the like 1 2 so it moves for a second. And then when it goes there's not like a ton of movement because the drums and the guitars and the bass are all doing the same thing. And this solo kind of like had less movement where there was more in the original and vice versa. And it kind of evened everything out in my mind at least. But originally it was just like a fun ass thing. And at the end of the day, I was like, oh, I recorded this in GarageBand. Like, I've got to fucking keep this because it turned out really nice and it harmonizes with the other one and whatnot. So
Yeah, I don't even
fucking love
think
that.
in the single version the second solo was there, if I remember right.
It was not.
Yeah, because that was
Which,
like
are
which
almost,
correct.
makes it even more like special for the album that it like
yeah,
it was
Yeah,
not the exact
exactly.
same song.
yeah.
And
I-
we
it
do
was
that.
with the Eclipse, the white Eclipse, which I got rid of because I'm a fucking asshole. And then I bought this one to make up for it. And this is the new Wasting Yesterday guitar for everyone who cares. This
I
this is the
I love it.
EC1000. And it feels the same as my white Eclipse except it's black. So do with that information what you will.
Upgrades,
Adam,
people,
you're gonna say-
upgrades.
So a fun little story about about Along for the Ride is one of those ones where again this was still this song and My Attack were both ones that were still written technically in Apartment 32. And Along for the Ride, I don't know if you remember this, Dan, but and it was definitely not in this key. It was not how it sounds now. But I came home from Sheetz where I worked. I worked at a Sheetz gas station making food. I remember I was pulling out one of those little tray burgers that you have just like ready to go. And I
You
remember
pulled out? I'm just kidding.
Coward.
never, Daniel. Don't slander my name.
Brian, don't worry. We
Saying
had
such things.
we did My Attack at the beginning. You can catch the VOD if you are so inclined. We yapped about that.
Yes.
So I remember sitting there and I was thinking, and it's funny because like now that I'm thinking about it, like not a lot of, I mean, there's definitely some, but the ones that I was thinking of didn't have what I'm thinking. So I was like, I want like a catchy Fall Out Boy beginning to a song or like a beginning lick, like something like super like memorable and like super just like earworm. It's in your fucking brain and you cannot get it out.
Okay.
And it of course I'm going to sing it as it is now cuz I can't possibly think of how I said it to you. But I literally came home and was like, I want something that's like da 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 da. And obviously it was in a different key, it was in something. And you and I said that to you and then we like didn't really talk about it and like whether it was days, hours, weeks later, you came back and gave me that fucking demo. Like and again, like obviously not exactly the same as it was,
Yeah.
but you were like this. And I was like,
Hmm.
"Yes."
For-
And from there like it's fucking history.
For my money,
But- and
I cannot hear those same four notes in a similar pattern without thinking of this song. The other day, he had me listening to In Too Deep by Sum 41, and there's a riff at the end of that song that I just makes me think of Along for the Ride now because I'm
Interesting.
corrupt.
Well, and again, it was like that was the song where I was like, "This is an earworm. This is something that." And it was funny. I was talking to my dad the other day, and he was like, "I cannot get Along for the Ride out of my fucking head
Sum
right now."
42.
And I was like, it's truly like the earworm song that just like that and Danny understood the assignment and fucking aced that shit. Like just so like it's insane to think of like just the it's funny because I can think exactly where I was standing in that Sheets when I was just where like Fall Out Boy just popped into my head and then that popped into my head. And for the life of me, I can't think of a Fall Out Boy lick right now. Like not a single one.
Almost none of their like you don't listen to them for their licks, you listen to them for their soul voice, you know? But it does have that very
Absolutely.
catchy quality that like the first like two albums had.
I think for some reason I was thinking of like Thanks for the Memories and probably the strings in the
Oh
beginning.
yeah. Okay.
The,
Oh, yeah, I get it.
and like again or like you know the Thanks for the Memories is always the one I go to, but like you know There's a million great Fall Out Boy songs, but
Which
like
they're such
Yeah.
different songs too, but that's really funny. That's the one that you think of when you when you were
Well,
thinking
and-
like
and that's the
catchy
funny thing about
guitar
it.
riff.
Is like it had nothing to do with that, but in my brain I was like, catchy Fall Out Boy song, that's what I want. And it had like nothing, and looking back on it now as a little bit more experienced musician, just like I would not make that connection at all.
But you did it in the
But yeah,
moment,
so
and that's what mattered.
but
I
so
also-
that song again is just fucking
Yeah.
just fun. Just a fun song, man.
What? Just out of curiosity, what's the one that comes after that on the album? I don't remember. Is it Breaking Ground or Make Believe? It's one of those two, right?
Make Believe.
Damn, it's crazy. You made the album.
Okay.
No,
I know.
it's Make Believe next.
6 beers in a row, man.
Which I mean, that's pretty
just-
good. You know, we can.
Ju-
Sorry, you first.
I'm sorry, Mitch. All I was gonna say is Brian said something that like feels very much
Oh,
like
yeah.
again stuff from the first album and stuff from this album that is just classic Dan and I writing. He goes along for the ride, conjures up beach trips in my head, a car ride, 4-seater with a few buds, cooler of cola and towels, hot sunny day from
Ugh.
dawn to noon to sundown, watching it go down. Like
Oh my
That's
like
the
God.
song.
that is wasting.
You're in the
yesterday-
band. Congratulations.
That is wasting yesterday. Feel good music.
How are you on drums?
101. Is get the man on drums, get him on synth, get him on everything we don't have.
Get him on the kazoo.
Make him the bassist, because God knows I ain't cutting it. We just
Get him on
need
my
fucking-
cock.
Get on my penis. But yeah, I completely agree, Brian. Like that. Yeah, that is. I
Yeah,
mean, look at
definitely.
album 1, Each is Living Free. Like that is exactly Beach Trip. it's what it is,
Mhm.
you know.
Also,
so-
your mom let you
Get on
have
my
two-
Steven.
your mom
my-
let you have 2 solos is so funny to me. That's like
I
20
didn't see that
minutes.
one.
That's like 20 minutes ago, but that was really funny.
Oh. You're getting paid?
You're getting paid.
Anyway. All right.
But
Yeah.
dude, and
Awesome
and,
stuff.
and the thing that always drives me crazy about that song is I'm a big guitar nut, even though I don't do a lot of like the fancy shit on the records, but I really like the way that like the entire song you got this riff that's pretty much just like and you're doing that like the whole time, and then when the big solo comes around you start with that and then just completely rip into like something totally new but like totally adjacent to it. And that was I loved that, like starting it on the low octave and then just and then just going off.
Yeah.
It's such a good way to start because you come to expect that, but then you hear a different way of it and you don't expect it, and it's just that's
Yeah.
what's so good about the way that song ends to me.
Just
Yep.
fucking genius.
I-
bro.
Dude, to be honest with both of you, like, a lot of my analysis of what we end up writing, like, comes after the fact. Like, honestly, like, I just kind of write something that sounds like fun, and then later I'm like, damn. But, like, a couple of months ago, I was really having a moment where I was, like, I'm a huge Kirk Hammett fan, like I have been for years, like Metallica, you know. And I was watching videos that talked about, like, where he is at, like with solos and stuff, and like he's definitely going in a different direction than he used to, which like it has its own sense of like abrasiveness. Like he just follows whatever he wants to, which some people don't really love, but I like for certain songs, like I think it's kind of like ideal. But I like went on a rabbit hole that started from there and went into like how do you write good guitar solos, and there was a lot about phrasing and connecting those phrases that I have never personally like thought about, but like I watched a couple videos about that, and then once I got thinking like what a phrase is and how you define it, and like what a connection between a phrase is and how you define that, I went back and listened to this kind of stuff like Along for the Ride and other things, and I would hear like phrase, diddle little, and then like some connection, and then and then the whole phrase would be like in the same cadence, and then there's some kind of connection into the next phrase, which in Along for the Ride ends up being very similar to the original like lick, and it's weird for me to think like I didn't write those things knowing what a phrase even was. I just was like, oh, this sounds kind of cool, and then I was like, I don't know, this sounds like I'm doing this too many times, or I'm not doing this enough times. So honestly, like at the end of the day, the what ended up happening was the result of anxiety more than anything. like it's like a diluted form of anxiety. Like, oh, if I do this lick too many times, it sounds weird, and if I do this other thing too many times, it sounds weird. So it like evened itself back out in some weird sense. But then like later on, it's actually like technically the way that people try to write solos. So it was like a weird combination of those two things, so to speak.
That just shows that your intuition is good.
That's really what it is, man. It's just like you
My anxiety is intuitive, maybe.
all the fact that you fall across this shit is just so mind-boggling to me.
It's nuts.
All
I
right,
think
on to the next one, boys.
Nuts.
I
Yeah.
think we should we
Is
move
you
on to
enjoying your nut.
we should move on to fuck you. We move on to Make Believe, because
Yes, we
Make
should.
Believe also has a callback to Along for the Ride, which we'll hear momentarily. Oh, this one's very different format wise. But
Oh.
what was I gonna say? Oh, real quick, before we get lost in the sauce again, Spineapple said, I don't think you saw it, but I asked, I really want to know how long this album was to make. If you can give that answer shortly,
Yeah.
I would like to,
Adam.
please.
Started in 2018, was recorded in 2020, and slowly but surely made it to 2024. So
Touch-ups throughout, re-recordings
about
throughout.
six years. The most of the recording was 2020. Like 2 songs were recorded 2023, and then everything was mixed and mastered end of 2023. That seems about right. And then released May of 2024. So
Yeah, you guys kind of like not sat on things until the time was right, but kind of.
it just it really was that.
Yeah.
It was just like it never felt like a good enough time to release things. And then
Yeah.
the 3 of us hung out, and it was just like, let's do it.
It
And
needed
happened.
time to cook.
And
Yep.
yeah, and we fucking made it happen.
He's so real for that.
It's hopefully next albums will not take as long. That's remained to be seen.
Anyway,
But
here's a song that was recorded like last year, I think. So
yes, sir.
here it comes. Make Believe. I love this song. Let's begin. That's the click 5 right there.
Yes.
It's so good though.
Don't love me, just hate to leave. This whole damn thing was just make believe. Consider what you said was true.
Nope.
Fucking show off.
That was the moment I was talking about. That's part of the Along for the Ride solo.
Was it?
Yeah, the like I think that was.
You're fucking right.
I
Oh
thought.
my
Wait a
God.
minute. Was that not intentional? That had
no,
to
it was
be.
just like that was just a walk
Dan
down.
just
It was
falls
like,
ass first into greatness, bro. It's
Kidding
insane.
me. You're kidding.
hey man, me falling ass first into anything is completely on purpose. Um,
Hey, bring that ass here, boy.
It's that ending. It's the ending walk down from the Along for the Ride solo. I think it's just an octave up.
I could see exactly what you mean. It was not on purpose. I
That's
promise
crazy.
you that.
No.
But that is a testament to how predictable my songwriting is, at the very least, and at the very most, that is just a simple like walk down. Like, because I only ever learned two, maybe maximum. I don't know. Like, this was not just pentatonic. Like, it was maybe pentatonic major. Like, I'm not
It
versed
was.
in guitar like theory or whatever the fuck, music theory. Like, I learned it in middle school, but I have not practiced this shit. But like, I remember that the way that I wanted to walk that down was to go like I kind of wanted to do like a whole walk down thing, and then when I actually tried to execute it, I was just like failing and failing. So I was like, let's just do like a like the triplets were something that for some reason wherever I was in the guitar I was actually able to nail. So I was like, we'll just fucking keep that. I don't give a fuck anymore.
Dude.
So that was actually where that came from. But before, like, I would love to hear your thoughts, Mitch. I just wanted to say the reason I paused it was because, like, if you listen, there's like it's like the part that goes
Oh, that part's
has
so
like
good.
two bends. One of the bends is like up to the correct note, and then the other one is just slightly overextended, which was not purposeful, but like it's like a consequence of my playing. And every time I play that solo, I accidentally do it the same way, and the slight overextension just adds something. Like every time I hear it, I'm just like, oh yes. Like,
If you
it's
return
just,
quickly enough, an overbend sounds really good. But yeah, no.
like it was such an accident though.
Gives
So
us so
no,
much
that
fucking
bend was the thing that I
life
wanted
to
to
it.
emphasize.
Daniel,
So,
it's we're
you
gonna
took this down a different path, but please go ahead.
we're gonna play this solo back again just because I need to listen to it with the utter disbelief that I have in hearing you say that it wasn't an
Okay.
intentional callback to Along for the Ride, because you like very, at least to my ear listening to it the first time, you very intentionally stopped doing the quarter note like to do the triplets, which are the same notes as the end of the previous song. And I was
Yeah.
just like, there's no
I
way he
promise
did
you
that by
that
accident.
that was an accident in the sense that I could not play the triplets well, so
That's
I just gave up
insane.
and played it slower.
That's
And
insane.
my Drizzly or Uber Eats or whatever is getting here in 30 seconds, so I'm gonna have to
Go.
play this back.
grab
We
it.
can play the solo back, but I'll
Go.
be right back.
All right.
This is for the viewers. This is an amazing example of why Mitch was added to the band. Is the idea that like me and Dan will like fall into shit, and Mitch will hear something that we make and go, oh, like let me fucking cook, like let me fucking like and Mitch likes to say he didn't do a lot on this album. I disagree, but there is music that is in the works and also practically done that is so much of like me and Dan like having fucking skeletons of something, and Mitch being like, let me give you some organs and some skin, and like let's fucking get this body rolling, bro.
You know what
Like,
what song that is My Moon. That's the example of the one
100%.
I did the most work on. And I
100%.
definitely didn't do anywhere near the amount of like mixing or production I should have, but maybe down the pipeline that'll get new life breathed
and
into
that's what's beautiful about that is that a lot of the songs that the three of us have made into something have not been fully realized yet, which is something that's really beautiful too. Which it's like you think about it and it's like, oh, like we've all been hanging out and doing things for years now. I mean, I've known you since 2018, I said. So
Yeah.
like 6 years. You think, but when you think about those 6 years and also take off like 2 years for COVID of like
Yeah, it
getting
doesn't count.
anything fucking done.
Oh, you know what?
And
I need
also
to-
consider that like, okay, pretty much the 2 years of COVID was tube dude fucking work, you know? And like
shit.
us really not doing anything with wasting yesterday or very little with Wasting Yesterday and doing a lot with Tube Dudes. And then you also consider like, okay, Dan's getting his doctorate. You know, both you and I moved to different places, had completely different lives, jobs. There's a lot that goes into that. So it's like you think in like 6 years, it's like, okay, it should be like everything that we've concocted should be like ready to go. It's like no shot. It's like no fucking shot. Like the what's beautiful about that now is that those years were great building years to get us like, okay, financially we're feeling pretty decent. Fucking, life-wise,
It's just more cores.
just in it's just it's fun to think that now is a good time for all that stuff to really start coming to fruition, which it is. It's all that is really starting to, and this album is proof of that. So
And for it to get the time it
a little
deserves.
aside.
Yeah.
For sure.
Dan, how you feeling with your cores, bud? You in good shape?
Amazing.
All right.
My Uber Eats driver didn't know English, but
Nice.
fortunately hablo español un poco, so está bien.
Hey, the language of beer is universal too, so you have that going for you.
Modelo
wearing like a-
time.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
He was wearing like a Celtics hoodie, and I was like, "Oh, you like the Celtics?" And he was like, no hablo inglés muy bien." And I was like, "That está bien.
And you
Hablo
took-
español un poco." Sí,
You took your 850 days of Duolingo and were like, "It's my time."
sí. Estoy practicando mucho. Pero
Also, thank you, Brian, and also thank you. I don't know if it's. I'm guessing because you said you were Cora, so that's in my mind. But Spine Apple Studios. Thank you both for the memberships.
Oh yes, absolutely. I'm just glad you still got to keep your Rainbow Mr. Incredible badge, Brian, as you should.
Also Robbie. And Robbie, thank you for being here as well. Question: how many layers of music are typically used
Oh my
in
God.
Wasting Yesterday album/songs? A fucking lot. Dan, do you want to answer that one?
Like number
I
of
was
tracks.
going to say formally 1 million. 1 million.
And metric fuck ton.
We take 2 guitars. We take 3 guitars. We take 16 voices. We put them together. Yeah, no, we
Many voices. So many
Basically,
beautiful
yeah.
voices.
as soon as GarageBand was created, the old 4-track didn't fucking matter anymore.
Real.
Adam has like 6-8 tracks, like, because we also pan them. So
Yes.
Adam will sing something. Like, the way that it will work is that for like the melody, for instance, there will be 3 separate tracks in a given file. So Adam will sing something and then he'll sing it 2 more times, and we'll put one of his takes in the middle in terms of like which ear you're hearing it from, and then we'll have 2 separate ones, one in the left, one in the right, that are much quieter. But like, if you blend those together the right way, it sounds like a single voice, but it's just very wide. And then we'll do that for the other main vocal, and then we'll have like usually 1 low and 1 high background vocal, left and right, and we have to make those separate and split them. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, maybe 15, 16 vocal tracks for like me, Adam, and Mitch together. And then like usually, honestly, instruments are a little bit less. Like there's something in the middle, and then maybe like something doing the same thing on the sides. So like 3 tracks, and then 1 or 2 instrumental guitar tracks, and then like because of our engineer, we have to split the drum track up. In principle, it would normally be 1 track, but he's like, "Can you send me the snare and the kick and the toms and the whatever all as 1 separate track?" So I'll send him the kick drum, the snare, this cymbal, the second cymbal, the hi-hat, each tom. So it ends up being 10 tracks just for the drums. So anyway, without going into ultimate detail, I'll say 12 tracks for the drums, 1 track for the bass, which is fortunate for Adam.
Thank God.
And then like maybe 8 tracks per person, like me. No, okay, that's being overly. So let's say 6 tracks per person. 6 for Adam, 6 for me, 6 for Mitch. Maybe 4 for Mitch. 12 plus 4 is 16 plus 10, 26, and then like, effects and stuff. So we'll say on the order of 50 to 60 tracks probably per song, realistically.
Not all at once, but throughout the song.
And the three of
they
us
come in and go.
fucking love our harmonies. So there's a stupid amount of that,
Totally.
And there's a difference between like what we track and what ends up getting split and panned and but
I was gonna say something.
Good.
you fuckers.
You
I
can't
won't
choke me
let
too
this
far.
train of thought.
But yes, so it is a fuck ton because we love to harmonize. I mean, listen to like, believe it or not, the next fucking song we're about to listen to, a lot of layering in that motherfucker. So
Yes.
let's get into it.
Yes, let's go.
Now let us rewind from the solo of Make Believe and watch me try not to have an aneurysm that none of
We're
this
not
was
even
intentional.
done with make believe. Let's fucking
You're
do
right.
it.
Fuck.
Yeah, sorry.
Nope, gotta start from the beginning again.
Yeah, we gotta get that extra
I'll
bend.
stick to clapping. Let's go.
No spoilers.
Those toms are all Tony. You said was true. She's
Love-
just a friend. Yeah, one you screwed.
Love this verse. Love these lyrics.
I love my part in this song. It's so fucking. There's a lot of vitriol in it, and I fucking
Yes.
love that.
But it's needed. It's
Pause for a second.
not
Sorry.
again.
This will be a very quick one.
Yeah.
My girlfriend's sister recorded vocals for this part, like maybe 6 seconds ago. You can barely hear it. It's in
That
the
was
left
what
ear.
it was.
But you hear
love it.
someone like it's like a voicemail, like beep beep beep. With the girls in Vegas, leave a message for somebody that fucking cares. And if you don't know it's there, you don't hear it. But when you listen to it, it's so powerful.
I
So,
had no idea
anyway,
what she
please
said.
Continue.
I love
Yeah,
that.
it goes beep beep beep. Leave a message for somebody that, or no, with the girls in Vegas, leave a message for somebody that fucking cares.
That's so good.
Oh, it's so good.
That's
Okay,
awesome.
that's all.
All right, we'll continue.
Oh, Mitch, go back to that part if you don't mind.
Which part?
Just the part, just to like
10 seconds
where
ago.
she says that. Yeah, like right
Yeah.
there would be fine.
I think I got it. I'm sorry, I missed it.
Yeah, right here.
I can hear it so clearly now that you've said it.
Yep.
But also your
You
lyric,
always knew.
your lyric
this
right before
shit
that's so
is
fucking hard.
total. The drums here.
Yes. All right, Tube Dudes fans, listen to this lyric right here. This heat. This key change is everything.
This whole fucking thing.
Yes.
All right, Adam, I gotta do it. I hope it's on time.
I hope so.
Come on, buddy. Drinks on me.
With the delay, it was probably off, but I didn't hear it anyway. In my head, it was on time.
So
Awesome.
a lot of fun little hidden things in that song.
I'll
There's
stick
so many.
to clapping.
So first of all, let's get the elephant out of the room.
My clap.
Fucking obviously,
Fine, I'll leave.
but for years of me and Mitch doing this fucking stupid fucking clap joke that has not ceased. Like Mitch called me today, and I answered with clap.
My
And,
clap.
like unironically, like just out of fucking pure habit. And
Look at the
it's
fucking
pure
emotes.
clappiness.
Look at the emotes in the chat that says all you need to know.
and what makes me happy is that it stuck. You know, that like when we had like 15 subscribers, we were still doing my clap joke, and then we stuck with it after like 1,000 subscribers, and like
Clap is the
people
greatest
fucking
inside
liked
joke
it.
ever created. That's what
That's
they're
a-
saying in the chat.
I
And
hold
I
that with
completely fucking agree.
high honor. There's no higher honor than that to me. Thank you so
Pineapple
much for your
Studios
words.
is very aware.
Fucking goated.
Very based.
There's
Welcome
some
to the
fun-
band, bitch.
There's
We have another.
There's some fun little. There's some fun little just. I mean, obviously, Alejandra's sister, like, and that
Paula.
part's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
That is really good.
And
Side note.
there's one. There is a part. Fuck. Oh, I'm blanking on it now.
I'm sorry to distract you, dude.
No, go for it.
I have a cover for you. So
Yeah.
while Adam is blanking, here's a fun fact that Paula and Alejandra's dad were recently featured on the front page of the Wall Street Journal because
shit.
her dad has like a Land Rover from 1966 that he drives all over the fucking place in Colombia, and a journalist from the Wall Street Journal like got in contact with him, and he like told him about his journeys, where basically he goes to like every county in that whole country. It's like 3 times the size of Montana for reference, so it's like a pretty big country. And just like goes into these places like in the jungle or in like the flatlands, like the prairies, like there are deserts, there are all sorts of different things, and takes a picture with like whatever church is in like the town center. And he got like a whole article written about him, and in the article
So
Pao
badass.
is mentioned. I know, it's like so cool. He's also a professor down there of it's something like health related, like medicine related, but really cool guy. And so Pao will go on adventures with him because she lives there. But Alejandra is here doing other cool sciencey stuff, which definitely deserves a mention,
Well-
but was not relevant to the theme. So
Mostly
it is what it is.
Dan Staros, and that's the greatest thing anybody can do in America.
Dan Staros.
Who the fuck
Who's
is that? So the
Shut the fuck up.
the other thing I was gonna mention was, so I don't know if my one of my favorite, like, I mean, again, I love layering. So like we had the clapping, so when I sent Tony my vocals and just my parts for this song, I actually had clapping stuff in that part. Like I had like a rhythmic like clap in clap
Oh, was
in
it?
there.
May I please keep your train of thought? Was it like this shit's so fucked up? This is just my luck. I'll stick. Was it like that kind of thing?
No, so
Okay.
I think I did like a. I'm not gonna because I have the fucking which is funny. If you were to ask Tony in my message to him, I put clapping parts in this, but I have the rhythm of a slice of Wonder Bread. So if it doesn't work out, just can it. Apparently he didn't like it, and and so it like didn't make it into, or it
It's
was
very
very
Wonder Bread.
low in the mix. But it was probably like a
Interesting.
like something like that, like going
Gotcha.
throughout the fucking, and just to keep, because it was like the Tube Dudes people would be like, oh, the clap joke, but like for people that didn't hear that, I was like, at least like you could have a clap in there
Yeah.
to like keep with the theme.
Yeah.
But what's interesting is that the way you did the guitars, it made it rhythmically sound like a clap anyway. If you really are listening for it, just the chugging, the sort of like
Interesting.
Metallica chug of it. And I
Yeah.
mean, maybe not Metallica, but I mean, like, when I think of chugging, I think of them. But
I
like the
could see that.
chugging of the guitar gives it that rhythmic clap sound
Yeah.
that I was going for anyway. So like whether he cut that out completely or not, like it still worked that it almost feels like you can clap along with it.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's like
Can I-
super interesting.
Can I just want to add something here.
Yes, go for it.
Comic Lord Brian said, not said, but actually noticed that Make Believe is deceptively upbeat, like in terms of the music itself, but it's a very depressing song. And I just want to throw out to the world that the origin of this song came from me being broken up with by someone who, quite frankly, I was settling for, and who I thought had discovered themselves, but it was more that they discovered there was another person in the world who they could base themselves off of. So I don't really think they learned to be independent, but like I was living with this person and they decided to go be with this other person. And at the time I had thought that they were just like, growing up and learning to be independent and whatnot. So that's really where this song came from. So the lyrics were definitely like they weren't fully formed at the time. So the part about like it being all make believe and like I didn't really feel like they were giving themselves to me like entirely mentally was definitely there, but like a lot of the lyrics that Adam added were actually quite a bit later, like only months ago. But the at the time I was listening to a lot of Green Day, so I guess musically that infused a lot of it, and then lyrically that experience was the thing that inspired me for verse 1 and chorus 1, and then Adam took it in a very interesting direction, which we could honestly have like a whole podcast about the way that Adam and I like write lyrics back and forth. So I won't like force
Yeah,
us all to
we-
talk about that now, but
that is something
just
that
wanted
we,
to share
we
that.
should come back to like a sort of more like in-depth like writing stuff at some point.
Yeah.
The only small point I'll make is
The collaboration. Sorry.
the
I'll
collaboration
stick to clapping.
is the idea of, and this happened a lot on album 1 and did happen on album 2, when you really think about it and break up who wrote what lyrics and who, like, if you really were to sit down and think about it, a great dynamic of Wasting Yesterday is Danny writing something, right, or vice versa, and then the other almost. I make a point personally to write something that relates to what's being talked about, but almost from a completely different point of view in my own
Yeah.
life, because me and Dan have very different life experiences, but end up, as we were talking about before, they end up meshing very well together and end up resonating with each other,
Yeah.
which was what we were talking about songs before. But so, Dan's talking about a breakup. In my fucking simpleton brain, I'm like, I had a breakup before. Here's how I feel about it. And and again, we could get very deep into the writing process of songs like that. For the sake of this, this was a great example of a song where like me and Dan split right down the fucking middle of just like, here's a concept, let's blend them together and let's make a fucking banger.
Yes.
So,
I think
I'm gonna grab another beer and then we'll get started on
Do
the
it.
next song. Sound
I
good?
I think
Yeah.
to maybe close this out from like an outside perspective, unless something I say strikes your fancy and we'd go on another tangent. I think what makes this work so well to me as a breakup song is that it's almost like a very like mature take on it. It's split down the middle. It's like two different yet similar experiences, but you don't like dwell on it. You just like say your piece and you just like keep chugging on. And for me personally, like, not to get like way too into like my lore and shit, but like
Please do it. Please.
I think like a week or 2 weeks before this album came out, I just got broken up with in not too dissimilar a way to the first verse. So having this song come out at this time in my life where like I really needed it, and it being that kind of song where it's like we're just like moving forward, we're like saying our piece, getting our feelings out, but we're not dwelling on it. Like it just came out at such a perfect time for me to really relate to it. And like you, both of you guys have like some really hard fucking lines in it, and it's just, I don't know, I love this song. And the guitars remind me of the Sonic Adventure games, and that's the reason why I love it. So
Nice. That's awesome, dude.
I mean that in the fullest way of like a compliment. Those soundtracks were my fucking life growing up. So
Amazing. I'm so happy to hear that.
yeah, Make Believe.
I was just gonna add to that, because I know we're going off on a tangent, but like, here's the thing. Not to sound like Joe Biden. Here's the thing, folks.
If you don't vote for me, you're not
Here's the thing, folks. So we although the earth is slowly burning, we have like currently we have time and we have data. Like we can put out whatever the fuck we want.
Hell
We
yes.
can be selfish. Like it doesn't have to be important information. It can just exist on the interwebs. So I feel that everything that we have to say to people in some sense is valuable because of that. Like not because of that, in spite of that. Like we could say whatever is important to us and other people are forced to listen, and that's wonderful.
I
Like
love that point of view.
data does not care what's important. Data cares who is taking advantage of that data. But I was just gonna say about make believe. So just to bring everyone to the headspace that I was in at the time, if we have the additional time, and I'll try to make it short. I was with someone who I'd been with for 5 or 6 years on and off, in Bloomsburg, where Adam and I went to school, and she moved to where I was doing graduate school, and that was very like considerate of her, and things were working really well for a while, to me at least. But I felt like the person that I thought I knew wasn't really the person that I did know. So as trivial as the lyrics seem, or I guess at one point Mitch was saying that to him it sounds like it's a very like the song is very clear. Like it's like, oh, like it took me a second to figure out that this person wasn't being sincere, which wasn't actually the case for me. Whether or not that's what Mitch, the way that you were perceiving that, it was kind of more like, to me, like I thought that this person was genuine for years, and then eventually I kind of realized, like, damn, like they're genuine. They are, like, they're genuine to me, but they're also genuine to someone else. And for some weird reason, that genuine to someone else looks to me to be like a completely alien thing. Like they seem to be a different person when they're in different company. And that was a really weird experience, but it kind of manifested in a lot of the introductory lyrics in Make Believe. And then of course, like the whole, like the apartment being empty and the truck being gone, like that was kind of figurative to just kind of imply that like, you know, everything is kind of suddenly over. But the other
okay.
lyrics were more meant to imply like the like when I listened back to that song, the like this whole damn thing was just make believe, like sounds just like a catch-all in my brain because I've heard it so many times. But to me at the time, it really did feel like oh, all these things are kind of like fun, and like we're living life, and then all of a sudden like this whole damn thing was just like you were just pretending to be someone who could get along with me, like in a weird way. And so the reason it didn't work out wasn't because of me. Like I was being completely honest this whole fucking time. Like you're the person who just was not being honest with yourself, and so the result of that was what happened. So
Damn.
in any case, I'm also glad that was, well, glad I acknowledge that was something that played a role in how you interpret your recent life changes. So hopefully it's something that's, you know, beneficial.
Well, yeah, but I mean, well, it's interesting that like you shed that light on that lyric, because I didn't get that so much. I really did like see it as more of like the catch-all, kind of like you said, but like to really have it almost be like your existential moment is very interesting. Because for me, what I got hung up on was like, sorry,
I don't want to interrupt you. I just want to say I talked to Adam about this before. Like this person was very much not like clear in who they were, in my opinion.
I
So
knew bits and
please
pieces.
continue.
I knew bits and pieces of that, but like, yeah, I mean, I had that pretty recently too. Again, not to like gas anybody, but like the truck is gone, the keys are too, no more guitars left in my room. Like it wasn't like my guitars and it wasn't like a truck, but I very much know the feeling of coming back home and just most of the shit just being out of the house. So that one hit me pretty hard. And then obviously a lot of Adam's lines, like the fucking, he's just a friend, one you screwed. I hope he never is enough, goes so fucking hard. I love that.
That
and
one hit me like years later.
And the high harmony on that too really, really just sells like how vitriolic it is. It's I mean this is my no spoilers for anything we talk about in the future, but this song is very high. This is my favorite song that you guys put on the album. That's the spoiler.
I pride myself in very vitriolic X lyrics. Like things that I when I write it, and it's not in my brain, but like after the fact, it's like if my ex were to hear this, it would sting a bit. It would fucking it's things that like because I think this is the place to put it out there. It's like I'm not gonna be this fucking aggressive in an actual breakup. Like, but these are feelings that you're making me fucking feel, you know?
Well,
I think, you know.
The entire verse was about you cheating on him, so to have one or two zingers, like, I think that's fair.
Absolutely.
So the other aspect of that to toss onto the conversation was Adam added that into this song, and I never really associated it with my situation, but like when I listened back to it, there were other like things in my life that indicated to me that like maybe there was also cheating going on at some point that I was not aware of. Like this person subscribed to the idea that like if you just lie to someone and you make them feel better, then somehow that's like an overall good thing. And so I'm like, I wouldn't put that past this person to kind of subscribe to that. So like maybe something happened and I'm just not aware of it, and like that was the intention. Like they never wanted to tell me about that, and like, you know, to me nowadays I don't really give a fuck because like, you know, I kind of made
you moved up.
without going into detail.
That goes back to the bottom being like about moments in your past versus like moments in your present and how you feel when you're writing in that headspace, you know?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, man, that's.
I'll stick to writing. This is so fucked up.
I'm gonna say my clap.
A minuscule thing that I wanted to mention is I don't know if because I never wrote it down on a lyric.
I'm sorry.
Just destroy me. Arctic.
Just out it.
Our shared dick.
Just together.
Adam, can I borrow the dick tonight? I really like. I feel like I have a chance.
And then like I go to like a whorehouse, and you're like, bro, you tainted our dick, bro.
It has crabs, man. What did you do?
Yeah, I just give it back. I'm like, you can keep that for a couple months. So one thing that I just because I have a lot of pride in it is the underlying lyrics of the clap verses or the clap bridge, which is this sort of long drawn out and what it is what we used to be is nothing more than fantasy, and then it like goes into this sort of like twist and shout like sort of yelling like bridge, you know, sort of
Can we rewind this by any chance? Like if you want to finish your sentence, please.
No.
Of course, go ahead.
Actually, it's a better. But like, just listen for like a really long, drawn out. What we used to be is nothing more than fantasy, and like that, like it's something that I just really enjoyed in the like layering process.
Okay.
But yeah,
I mentioned like playing it back because I never really like I heard that, but I never really knew what it said. So, but I don't want to cut off your story either.
No,
I never knew what those words were.
Just like and that's why I wanted to mention it.
Here, I'll put it up for us while we're talking.
Yes.
Just because I want to know too now. Ah, I hear it.
Nothing more.
I always wondered what that was, because that part always sounded great as like a filler, like oh, this is the thing that gets you amped to like go into that last key change chorus, which again, like the dueling guitars are like great in that and like everything. But yeah, no, I never knew.
pretty
I wish you had like had a way that you could put that in like the lyric sheet without it like taking
Yeah.
an
I mean,
entire
I could
paragraph.
just put it in what's it called? But I always thought it was like a fun little Easter egg. And of course, like nobody really hears it, but it was something that I liked. And then it goes into, because like you think of like that sort of bridge part of Twist and Shout, where they do that sort of like, you know, that sort of falsetto yelling part into the last verse. And
Yeah.
like I always like that's what I had in mind when I was like thinking. And of course, like I was thinking of the clapping, and it would all just like come to this big sort of, you know, crescendo of things, and then boom, Danny hits us with that last fucking key change verse.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man.
Or chorus. So that
Adam-
was just a fun little point that I like to interject.
Adam was the mastermind behind the key change, and I think it was an amazing addition. And I have recently told people the songs that give me the most emotional, like whatever the fuck, like where I feel like my throat is tight. Oddly enough, it could just be a coincidence, but I'm not sure. Is when there's a key change, and it's not necessarily this song, but I don't know if you guys listen to Blake Shelton, and I don't very often, but I definitely know the song Austin by him. Adam, do you know the song Austin by Blake Shelton?
I'm not familiar with any Blake Shelton songs, actually.
Nor am I.
Oh, interesting.
I'll have to. I mean, I always thought he was a great vocalist. Don't get me wrong. I just never
Yeah.
listened to his music.
I didn't actively listen to his music, but it was something that like where I grew up, like a lot of people played it. But like one of his songs, and then one of Taylor Swift's songs, like the Romeo or no, marry me, Julia, you'll never
Yeah.
have to be alone. That key change really fucking gets me, and like
That's a great song.
I didn't realize it till a few days ago that I was like, oh, it's the key change. That's the reason, because like it was disconnected, like Taylor Swift on one end and Blake Shelton on the other. But the Austin one is like, oh fuck, hold on. I feel like I should kind of know it in some capacity. Anyways, the like the fact that there's a key change apparently like emotionally affects me, and I was never aware of that. So that was all I was saying.
Dude, a key change upward is always, at least to
gonna
me,
look it
always
up.
gives like a sense of triumph, which is what kind of
Yes.
contributes to me like
Maybe
viewing,
that's it then.
viewing this song as like the whole like getting your feelings out there, acknowledging the shitty side, but then moving past it. It's that upward key change at the end. There was this song I think about it a lot that I heard a couple of years ago. I think it was called Room for Two, and it does something similar. And
Okay.
Adam just losing
Fuck
his
you,
mind.
bro.
Okay.
But
so,
it's
Adam,
another song about the
Okay.
end of a relationship. Last chorus, key change up to show that you're moving on. That was it.
Interesting.
I-
That key change up just means so much, man.
God
does.
damn it.
No, Adam's tight.
That's awesome. That was so funny. Yeah, I had something to contribute, but I don't anymore. It's just
Same.
what I was going to say is that like on that idea of triumph, it's like that ending had to be like fucking triumphant. And we talked about this, like there was something missing when we first like sort of had the key change. Dan
Mhm.
added those triumphant fucking guitars at the end, and it
The
was like
leads.
we're in it. We're fucking in
Yeah.
it. Like we're just like yeah, and so and from Along for the Ride to Scarlet Road, it's just a fucking we're just on a road trip. Just imagine yourself in the car with us.
Yes.
Us three fucking crazy ass the sons of guns, and you just popped into the fucking back seat, and we're just on a fucking ride. So I mean,
Along
with
for
that-
the ride.
with that being said, breaking fucking ground.
Let's
do it.
let's get onto this one. This is the simplest song in terms of being the same chords the whole time, but the layering on this one is, well, I mean, if you haven't heard it before,
Yeah.
you're gonna hear it now. You ready for this, boys?
Do it.
Oh, let's fucking go. It was written on this baby here.
Oh yeah. Second single, I believe.
Second single, correct.
The rhythm is so good in this part.
Walking south, homebound, 'cause I'm bound to find a home. Watch your mouth, I won't turn around. Gas stations tell me with their intricacies, but I've got places to be. Won't slow down. And I don't know where I'm going, but I know it's forward. Could explain what I'm thinking, but it's only forward.
The desync makes this so funny.
I don't know where I'm going, but I know it's forward. I'm sorry, but I can't turn around, 'cause I'm breaking ground. Things will change real soon. We're about to leave this town.
The clean guitars make this verse so good.
Agreed.
Yeah, it's this is the part
Thank
of
you,
it.
Robbie.
Used to, not getting used to doing what I do. Moving away soon, changing up this tune. All I know is I don't know
I forgot to scroll.
where I'm going, but I know it's forward. Can't explain how I'm feeling with a million words. And I don't know where I'm going, but I know it's forward. Maybe one day I will turn around. That isn't now. 'Cause I'm breaking ground. And I don't know where I'm going, but I want you. I want you. Would explain what I'm feeling, but I'm wrapped in your touch. We both know there are. And I don't know where I'm going, but I hope you'll be there. Don't slowly come by.
That's always what I fucking think at the end of that song. So I honestly being someone who's brand new to Discord, I'm unsure about how much we can really talk about that song. There are a lot of comments that I want to make on certain aspects of it relative to the demo. Mitch, did I there's like a demo that I recently sent, I think, to Wasting yesterday of that song specifically. Is it possible for you to play that? Because it's so drastically different. And like as much as my attack, I like at some point in time I was like advocating that my attacks sound entirely different than how it ended up, which in that case did not end up being the best course of action. But for Breaking Ground, like there was something that was missing, and I was like, yo, there's something missing, man. And ultimately, because of the fact that I put my foot down and like said that, it ended up being what it is. So like it was a total contrast to my attack, which like not changing things ended up being better. In Breaking Ground, changing things ended up being better. So if like, do you have that track like that you could play to show how Breaking Ground changed?
If you
Because
texted it,
really ended up being a lot better.
if you texted it, no, but if it's in the drive, I could get it.
Okay.
Because the one thing that I remember,
And we also don't want to bog down this whole thing with like,
modified
a bunch of things. So
September
it's-
22nd, 2022.
okay,
created
that's not it.
created August 31st, 2020.
Okay.
So this might be it. Let me listen real quick. Well, I think they're gonna hear
All
this.
the-
Hold on.
I think
All-
thought-
Should be on the drive. I would say.
Hold on,
The
this
demo
is it.
as
This
well as-
this is it. Let me get this up on your Discord real quick. I have to switch windows, but I can stream this and then I can play this for everybody as well.
It's funny you say I heard glass break. Who died? So that was interestingly enough. Was that you, Dan, that added that, or was that Tony who added that sort of ending of the like
That's-
almost crash glass
Boy-
break,
Tony?
almost flames being like sucked in.
Yeah,
sound.
that's a great question.
Boys,
I
real,
think
real
It was
quick,
one of you guys. It definitely wasn't me.
real quick, boys. Look at your Discord right now. Are you seeing the Google Drive breakingground.mp3? Okay,
Yes,
it's
we
up
are.
then. Yeah, continue.
Oh, hell
Yeah.
yeah.
I feel like, I don't think Tony would have been the one to initiate that kind of thing. So I think that what happened was that we wanted some way to blend that track with the one that we believed would be next, which I think at the time was Along for the Ride.
Probably.
Like
Yes.
we thought that it was going to blend into that, and so the glass breaking was kind of related, like the or no, sorry, I'm
no,
getting this
the
backwards.
bottom
It
was
supposed to
always
go into
supposed
My
to
Attack.
go into Along for the Ride. Yes, you're correct.
Oh,
It was
I
supposed to
don't
go into
remember.
My Attack. There's 'cause
Breaking
the
Ground
My
was
Attack
actually
starts
supposed
with
to be the
like,
first one, I think.
Okay, that makes sense.
I don't remember
Yeah.
that
Because if
either.
you imagine like just if you've ever guiltlessly watched Twilight, there's a scene where like glass is breaking and everything's like all sexy and whatnot. Like, I think that's the best visual I can conjure is like imagine glass is like broken and the and like there's glass everywhere and then like it all just kind of reforms into like a mirror or like whatever. So like was supposed to be actually related to My Attack.
My
Because
Attack.
that's why you
absolutely.
hear like that kind of sound at the beginning, and it's
Yeah.
supposed to be glass shards like coming together, at least in my mind.
an interesting
so-
point to that on a
An excellent
conceptual
point.
level.
Shut up.
An excellent point. Shut up.
Ice Age.
On a conceptual level. So that, first of all, Breaking Ground absolutely ties back to My Attack for sure. But
My clap.
also with the sort of the 4 songs of Along for the Ride, Make Believe, Breaking Ground, and Scarlet Road, having to do with that idea of like a road trip where like we are, and even My Attack in the bottom of being like changes, like I'm fucking taking that next step, different beginnings, let's fucking go. And then to have the end of Breaking Ground, which is like this very triumphant fucking like I'm going forward to like what sounds in all intents and purposes like an explosion or a car crash. And then almost like this, to me, when I hear that end part, when you say it sounds like the glass shattering thing, or the glass like coming back together like it does at the beginning of My Attack, I absolutely see that. But to
Yeah,
me,
it sounds.
yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No,
I don't
what I was
want to
gonna-
interrupt you.
What I was gonna say is what I see when I hear that ending part of Breaking Ground is almost like an explosion and then a suction of it coming back like to being like flames and like death and
Oh.
destruction and then
Yeah.
It's a movie
like
scene.
to nothing, you know? And then Scarlet Road
Yeah.
almost gives me that idea of like the aftermath.
Yeah.
You're
see that.
the road that we were driving on is literally painted with our scarlet fucking blood.
No
Anyway,
spoilers, but that's what
Oh.
comes next. So
Yeah.
like us
I have no
us,
further
like-
comments.
us like crashed out of the fucking window, scraped along the. But anyway, that's my grotesque fucking mind.
dude, I'm sorry, but
Taking it back.
the comment from Robbie about we need Matt Pat to come back and make a Wasting Yesterday lore theory is just. I'm so tight. Very brief tangent that his 4th channel wasn't music theory, but that's just me.
I'm pissed as well.
He's
he
a
could have
theater
done-
nerd. Why didn't he do it?
I should also.
I'm pissed as well.
Oh, sorry.
No, that was
go
it.
for it.
I,
Dan.
I wanted to comment on the Blake Shelton thing. I totally understand. Like, many people are not country people, and I certainly am not like a country fan. I grew up in northeastern Pennsylvania where like a lot of people listen to country music, and Blake Shelton is like a big name up there. And so there's one song of his, just to clear up any confusion, that it's called Austin, and it's like basically he breaks up with this person, and there are like answers on his answering machine that are like I'm out today, and like if you call me back while I'm out, then that's okay, but like if this is this particular person, then I'm still in love with you, kind of thing. And so the key change part that I was talking about, he goes like, Adam, you have to know this because Adam grew up in the same part of Pennsylvania that I do. But the chorus is like, if I call you back when I get home on Sunday afternoon, if this is me, or what is it? Then I still love you. Does that sound familiar, Adam? I find it hard to believe.
Familiar
Damn. Okay.
at all.
Anyways,
No,
and then it goes
crazy.
like,
Yeah.
sometimes I left, or no, something. She left her number, but not another word. And then it's like, I waited by the phone that Sunday evening, and this is what I heard. And then there's like a key change, and it's like, oh fuck. Never mind. I'm gonna forget what the
like-
lyrics are.
If
But
I
it's
lived
so
like
emotional.
yeah, if
So-
I lived 20 minutes up the road,
Yeah.
I probably would know it.
Yep.
It's like
You-
it's.
I'm sure you've
it
at
gets
least
a little
heard
more
it.
backcountry where I'm at.
And I've never
Yeah.
even heard
Like
the
you
name
go a
Blake
little bit-
Shelton in my life. So that's how you can tell
The-
I'm
the-
like mid
the voice.
South PA.
He's
Wow.
he's the guy from The Voice.
Still don't know.
Yeah,
Um,
that's true. That's true. All right, then I will digress at that
Anyway,
point, and we can
To
continue.
Scarlet Road. baby.
Yes, please.
You requested that I bring up the old demo for Breaking Ground, which I now have.
Oh, you're right.
Oh yeah.
Did you want to
Play
listen
it.
to it all the way through or just skip around to the
Play it,
different parts?
play it.
It's a
We can
3-minute
play
song.
the beginning. The beginning is the most clear part, how it's different than the original.
High key, at least the
so-
first like 5 seconds I like better than the final version, but that's just because I love shit like this.
Fair enough.
Like that old like tweet amp sound. Oh.
Yeah.
There's something I really like about that.
And the
as well.
solo fade in and the fact that it has a solo in the beginning. It's slower too.
It's slower. The rhythm guitar is not doing it for me.
Oh, the rhythm
That's why I
guitar.
changed that.
The rhythm guitar is so good in the new version. It sounds more like empty for sure. But I
Yeah.
like what the guitars are doing still.
That part is very similar. The da-na-na-na.
Yes. And here it gets more similar, I think.
And there was an offbeat kind of thing going on that was
Oh,
not
yeah.
there in this version.
Wait, let me hear this. Oh, the key thing is, oh, the echo lyrics are totally not there. The other thing is the high harmony.
There's
The
we can't even begin to say like
it's forward. That was something I added, I remember.
Yeah, exactly.
there are so many things that are not there.
Yeah. It sounds so empty listening to it now. And this solo is not the god tier one that you did. I mean, that harmonic was good, but I still, whenever I like play along to this song acoustic, I still do like out of that like out of like the first instrumental, I still do that like going down into like the first verse. That shit you did cook with that,
Yeah.
You fucking cooked, Micah.
but it's so much slower. You're right. I didn't
Well, I
realize.
mean,
The,
It-
the
you know,
drum
it-
fill. Listen, wait. Listen. There's not that digga 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 digga. Sorry to
That-
interrupt you guys, but
that really
it's-
adds.
This one sounds the most like a demo to me.
yes.
I just listened to the demo of Fear Through the Eyes of Madness, like all the way through.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it sounds like this stuff where it's like where things are layered and things sound cool, but it's like it's not there, you know?
Yeah, I miss like the echo
Can
lyrics.
I pause for a second
Yeah.
before we get into the main part? And I'm gonna stroke my own cock here for a second.
Do it. You
And
have to.
I'll be completely honest with everyone here. In my opinion, like Tony did not make most of these changes. I like
I
at the
know that.
time that I addressed several of these things that you have both commented on, like how slow things are, where there are transitions, where there are not, where there are additional vocals. Like I was in a relationship that ended in make believe. So it was kind of
That's
like
the
my
lore.
my main like source of letting myself be like expressive and like um honestly, I would love to think about this more, but I don't know where a lot of the inspiration came from. But there were like, making it faster, um, changing the riff for the rhythmic part was like a main thing. But I basically remember talking to Tony and like for other songs, like I think it was like Along for the Ride, like he was like, "Oh, you need something here that's like rhythmic. You need something here." And I started to see how like the way to make a song sound more professional was to have like certain elements that were all interacting in a certain way. And so like we had done a couple of singles before that, and by the time we got to Breaking Ground, I was aware of what had to change. And so for that particular type of song, I was aware that we had to introduce some kind of like movement, especially for the guitar riffs. And especially for the feel of the song, which is why the final result ended up being faster. But basically, like, sorry if I'm just like dominating the conversation, but
No,
like,
he's cooking. He's
I'm
cooking.
loving it. This is
um,
what this is what we live for, bro.
I feel like um, there's a lot to be said for not putting something where it doesn't belong, but there's also a lot to be said for like adding something. Like Adam, you do so well with like there's like a silence that's awkward, and I have no clue what to put there, but you put something like in Make Believe, for instance, there's just like ban, dan it, nothing, and you thought to add this whole verse and everything, and it came out so good. But there are also other places where like certain instrumental aspects should not be messed with, and I feel like in Breaking Ground, I like oddly like it was very anomalous, like it should not have been the case because I had not had that much experience with that kind of thing, like identified which parts of the song had to have something added, like the like it adds
Yes.
just enough that something is happening,
The mutes are
but it
everything.
doesn't add enough that like it doesn't make the whole song sound like heterogeneous. Like it adds something so there's energy, and then as soon as the verse starts, the energy dies back down again. So that's why the verse sounds very similar to the demo. And then when the chorus comes in, it's like, I don't know where I'm going, sounds identical. But then the like, we're not promised a thing in our younger years. To me, something had to happen there, but I didn't know if it was like vocals or guitars or drums or like whatever. So I just tried different things. And I eventually I and Adam and Tony ended up resulting in this like we're not promised a thing in our younger years and EQing it the right way so that the
That line's
chorus
so good,
energy
though.
felt the same. Thank you. So like the point that I'm making is just that like there's definitely a compromise between adding and not adding that is very important, because if you just like add guitar to too many places or drums to too many places or vocals to too many places, like the song doesn't end up working out. So you really have to be careful when you introduce these things. And so like there are certain songs in the whole album that I hear like no vocals at all, and I'm just like, oh my god, like I'm so happy we didn't end up adding this other thing because it would have like kind of taken away a little bit. And there are other places where it's like a little different where I'm like, I feel like something else could have gone here.
Well,
So that's
you know
really
what?
all my comments.
On that note, though, it is really funny that you say it's like it's so important to like to add things like carefully and like where they're needed, and don't hesitate to add shit where it's needed, but be careful about where you do it. I remember even a couple times, because my big contribution to most of these songs, I think, was whenever it gets to the chorus, add harmonies, add some high harmonies, double it beneath, And that's how you get that big beefy chorus. And I know sometimes like during the verses of some of those songs, you were like, Mitch, we're not going to put a harmony there. Like we got to tone it back. But for Breaking Ground, having that like I know I was singing it along earlier, but when Adam's singing that chorus and he gets to the, I don't know where I'm going, but I know it's forward. Like that adds, and then just holding that out adds such like a, like a meatiness to the chorus. And I do that in like every song that I write or that I like do any kind of arrangement on. Is always just add harmonies in the chorus. But then also when it gets to that second extended like chorus at the end where the I don't know where I'm going, but I want you there, dropping the harmonies out and having it just be a more sincere like Adam and the guitars are kind of doing a little more like it's that kind of thing to really build it up and then kind of let it down slowly. That was a big thing that we did.
It makes the song more dynamic. It gives the song more personality, and it doesn't make it sound as generic or as like, okay, we're just going through the motions. It's like, okay, they purposefully omitted things here and they purposefully added things here for impact, for flavor, for it truly gives a feeling of like, okay, there was care put into these moments.
Yes.
You know?
And that's the thing with this song.
That's a wonderful way to put that.
Yeah, it's the most sorry, you go.
oh no. I want to, so for those who are listening who aren't aware, I am technically a physicist, though I have chemistry degrees, but
technically
I relate this back to physics in the sense that like there are certain instances where you need to like the phrase is that you normalize something so that all of the different ways that it can turn out are encompassed in like a single outcome. Like it's like if you integrate this like mathematical thing, the outcome ends up being one total. And so it could be any fraction of this one that ends up actually happening. But if you add up all the possibilities, it's like one. The way that I haven't thought about this till now, actually, music in Wasting Yesterday works for me sometimes is like, if you have too many things going on, like if you normalize this, you could end up with like 2, 3, or 400% of whatever you're trying to do, which like at the end of the day might not actually be the best thing versus like Mitch was saying, like at the end of Breaking Ground, if you like leave out the harmonies, that leaves room to incorporate these other like rhythmic differences, guitar differences, people singing different things on off beats that ultimately ends up in like the whole sonic landscape that you're taking into your brain. If you were to integrate it like in mathematical terms, it comes out to 100% like you would expect. Like it comes out to 1 or 100% or whatever you want to call it. But it's like normalized. Like it has a contained amount of like excitement and like meaning and everything. And so sometimes you have to sacrifice certain things for others. But if you add too much, it just becomes like overwhelming.
He's so real for that. I never would have thought of it that way.
So that's my kind of like normalization is the term that comes to mind for me, even though it's not like a normal term, so to speak.
No, that was a great
me and
way
Mitch
of putting it.
Me and Mitch just pick Dan up and shove him in a fucking locker.
hey, I don't know what you're talking about. I fully understood what he was saying. That was awesome.
I don't know where I'm going, but I know it's cold in here.
I throw both of you over my shoulder and shove you in the same locker.
Go for it, honestly. But there's nobody I'd rather be shoved in a locker with. But no, this song, in spite of like chord structure wise and even maybe structure wise, it's the simplest because it's the same progression the whole time. I think it's the most complex when it comes to the layering and just the way things are very carefully like selected. Like none of it on paper, as I'm looking at it, like should work the way it does, but it does. So I think kudos to you for doing that shit.
Fucking mind. This is one of those prime examples where it's not something that I was like, oh, I'm gonna be so smart. Like I don't know exactly where this came from. And I feel like at the time I might have been listening to a lot of state champs where they have like a lot of like weird timing.
Makes sense.
Like ban it, and like the chords are like being modulated in these weird ways. So it ended up working out in a weird way. So
yeah, it was good.
We can continue onwards. I appreciate the sentiment.
Yeah, we really went off on Breaking Ground, but shall we head into the next piece of track?
Scarlet
All right.
Road, baby.
We got we got everything
I'm not
that
even
we
ready for these.
we got
I'm gonna
everything.
Try not to cry.
Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, so while I switch over the streaming windows, do you want to give a little bit of background on Scarlet Road?
Adam. Well, first
It-
I'll say we wrote this in my dorm room. So
Yes.
so then Adam.
Correct. So Dan came to me with is this really what I want? Is this really what I need?
Okay.
These desperate choices are getting me nowhere. Whoa. And
All right.
me being the fucking inexperienced songwriter that I was. So for context, this is the first song that me and Dan ever wrote ever. This song that me and Dan together have ever wrote ever. So with context, Danny has written music before. I was a theater guy that like loved to sing, and like we would just get together and play music, and Dan knew how to play instruments and sing, and I knew how to sing, so we would go and do stuff. And then Dan comes to me with song lyrics, and I'm like, okay, it's go time. Like I gotta contribute. And so I I I want to say I wrote most of the rest of Scarlet Road. I don't know if that's right. I I I don't remember, but at least the stuff that I sang for the most part, I think I wrote.
I'll add that in general, my perception is that like whenever I write a song that you and I write together, Adam, I'll write like the first verse and the first chorus, and then after that, I am totally at a loss for what the fuck to do with something. Like I'll write all of that, and I'm just like, oh, it sets up so perfectly for the second whatever, and then I'm just like, I don't know. So I have complete confidence. Like Scarlet Road, as we're gonna learn here, is like, is this really what I want? It's like kind of like middle 20s kind of vibe. And then it's like, we're wandering nowhere. And then like the second verse is like, the time is drawing near. Bum, bum, bum. There's no more words to say, dead silence. As I go on, I can see myself drifting away. And it sounds so like in depth. And the reason is because I was like, I don't know what to do after chorus one. So Adam, you go ahead. And then of course, chorus two, it makes sense to be similar to chorus one at least. So
Yes.
I credit you
and
with verse two at the very least, Adam.
yeah. I for the life of me, I can't remember the exact split of that song, but it
Split.
split. Uh,
I won't split this
I-
like a split.
I
Sorry.
just eats Mike. Um,
We got some.
as far as the idea of writing that song, it's much like the rest of Steel Strings, which was just like the first EP that me and Dan wrote 4 songs before we, you know, before Wasting Yesterday released Apartment 32 and all that. Like we just put 4 songs out on SoundCloud. And the feeling and vibes of just that time in my life was I'm at college, I have an undeclared major, I don't know what the fuck is going on, I don't know what I'm going to do with my life. My relationship at the time, I was in between relationships where I had gone from breaking up with my high school girlfriend to being in a relationship with my college girlfriend. And
sorry.
the
The way you
fucking
reacted.
moan. And
Oh.
the idea was very much, I don't know what the hell I'm doing, and I feel like my parents are giving me pressure, and so these are things that are going through my head. And Dan comes up to me and goes, here's some song lyrics. Is this really what I want? Is this really what I need? My desperate choices are getting me nowhere. And I'm like, that is the perfect example of Dan came up to me with like exactly what the fuck I needed to hear. And just from there it was like, let's fucking make this song. And then it's in my brain, I'm like,
This song means a
okay,
lot.
this song
us.
means a fucking lot to us for sure.
Yeah.
And you know, the idea of Scarlet Road, it's like I mean, it's right there in the lyrics. It's like, we pave this road with the blood from the chances we take. You just fucking, you crawl and you fucking scrape your entire body on this road of life, and there's nothing behind you
Oh my god.
but all your fucking blood, your entrails, just scattered across that past, you know? So
It's just Omni-Man picking up Adam, but instead of a train, it's just this massive road just coming towards him.
and he's just like, think, Mark. But I mean, that's in a and again, we've had years to think about this song. And at the time we were just like, I don't know what to do with my life. Here's the song. And like didn't put that much thought into it. But it's like years later, and now an album that sort of encapsulates a lot of that feeling, a lot of that, like, I'm gonna go attack the world. I'm unsure. But I have my friends by my side. But, my past and my future are so uncertain, but I need to love both of them. And, also there's girls and relationships and best friends and lovers and all kinds of shit in the mix of all that. Scarlet Road gives you the fucking gives you the picture.
We've been
it's like,
talking this
here's
up.
what it's about, man.
We have been talking
here's
this.
What it's all.
We need to play it.
I have to add a couple more things here.
Oh no, okay. All right, continue.
Go for it.
I feel like the Scarlet Road is the thing that occurs every time I go for a walk. In any circumstances. I walk here in California down this beautiful trail, which obviously itself is not scarlet, but has...
Don't tell them that.
It's just it's trail. And
Scarlet Trail.
It's the Scarlet Road. It's the Scarlet Trail, and the what was I gonna say? Like, I'm not actually gonna say anything new, but I'm just kind of trying to emphasize the importance of what Adam was saying. But like now we're wandering nowhere down the Scarlet Road is kind of the thing that strikes me, because I personally have always kind of had this philosophy that in life, the place that you are going isn't really important. And there are people who obviously disagree, and like, that's fine. But for me, I don't really have like any particular religion or any particular aim other than trying to like be with those friends or relatives or significant others with whom I feel that something important like is whenever we are together. So like the Scarlet Road is kind of meant to symbolize like this kind of greater than everyone thing that exists whenever you walk somewhere with someone, whenever you have some conversation with someone that goes in some direction that helps someone to grow in a beneficial way. And so like I always associate it with like the trails around here and whatnot. But I love the fact that the whole we're wandering nowhere presents this kind of irony that like we're literally like we're going somewhere that there's no direction. But that's kind of fundamental to the human experience, in my personal opinion, because no one's going anywhere. Like we're just doing whatever we want to do. So that was kind of the inspiration for me writing that song. Albeit on a much diminished level at the time, because it was like beginning of college and there's not a ton going on. So I was just starting my major. Adam, you were starting your major, and we had started like jamming together and like talking to people. And so those things were kind of brand new to us. But the idea of there being this kind of like place where you and I reconvene to talk about how things are going is kind of universal, more or less, than like the experiences that constitute it. So it's kind of weird in that sense. So yeah, we can go ahead and start.
I completely agree, man. I think, and it's funny. I mean, that song brings me right back to Montour, like Montour Hall,
exactly.
just like Dan was literally like a floor below me,
Yes.
and just like
Literally.
and so there's just something so beautiful about that. This song was also, I feel, instrumental in the name of the band, Wasting Yesterday. I mean, when you think of Wasting Yesterday, and I mean, like, we've played on that so much with a song called Saving Tomorrow, and Dan making a song called Wasting Yesterday, which in the future perhaps
You can
there's
still
something
listen to
there.
that on SoundCloud if you're cool and based.
But regardless, truly the idea, again, it's as angsty as it gets. It's as first year of college as it fucking gets. Both Scarlet Road and the name Wasting Yesterday, of just like I feel like every single fucking yesterday that I've had has been wasted because I'm not, it's not my full potential. It wasn't the best day of my life. It wasn't, and again, very angsty and very like, and obviously I don't feel that way all the time, but it's like at your angstiest, like pissy, immature moments, you're like, I pissed away my past, bro. Which goes into songs like Different Endings, where you like want to live a life with no regrets. You know, a billion songs that we've written of just like
to come from a
Yeah.
different side, and then we
Go
can
for it.
hopefully get on
No,
to the
no,
song.
I was
Um,
pretty much done.
Like Adam, you said before that you and I write lyrics very much opposite from one another.
Yes.
This whole idea of like you pissed your life away, to me, because of the fact that you and I are different, or perhaps
Yes.
and as a reflection of, is that to me is a good thing. Like I just pissed away
Yes.
all this shit, and that's great, because now I can learn to like understand what means a lot to me. So I just wanted to take a moment to draw that contrast, because like what you're saying, like I totally identify with this idea of like feeling totally overwhelmed by having wasted stuff, and having resources that you put somewhere that don't turn out to be. But like it's like, I don't know, it's like one of those stupid cliches that like you don't really have to care about it, but it could ultimately mean the difference between realizing that like whatever is currently happening is the important thing, and it doesn't ever actually matter what that thing is. Like, we're all here in this stream, that's what's happening, and that's what's important. It doesn't matter how many people are here. Like, if there are 3 people, fine. If there are 4 people, sorry, if there are the 3 of us
One
and
person's
one other
not real.
person, congratulations,
I'm real.
you're here. But like, I don't know, like it's Mitch and I were briefly touching on this before Adam even joined the call. The thing that matters is if you are like happy doing what you're doing. And it's so easy to say that because that's what everyone's saying, but it's also tough to like distance yourself actually from the idea of people seeing that you are feeling that way, or experiencing that you are feeling that way, or that kind of thing. And like, we're here regardless of what other people are experiencing, and that's kind of the most important thing in my opinion. So it makes me very grateful that we can join together. We can make this music in the first place and then join together and talk about it.
Yeah,
I
because
totally agree.
Adam, you kept saying like I feel like I was pissing my life away. But you know what, Adam? If you're not pissing, all that piss is staying inside of you, and then you're full
In
of
your
piss.
balls.
You're in your balls, yeah,
In
where
your
the
balls.
piss is stored. The reason
and
we
without
the reason that we shut up.
go.
The reason that we piss is to get rid of the waste. The waste is from yesterday, but this is
yeah.
today. And today we are going to play Scarlet Road for all these beautiful people after
Please.
talking about it so much.
Sorry. Fair
But-
enough.
without piss, there is no joy in shitting. Continue.
There you go. Thank you. Real quick before we play that song, this was ages ago, but Corin said Breaking Ground is a song I'd love to make a cover of, but I'm very much a Cavetown Beach Bunny Olivia Rodrigo singer, so I'm not sure how that'd turn out. If you can play
Oh my
guitar,
God.
or if you can play guitar or ukulele, and you can play E minor, G major, C major, you can play Breaking Ground, and you can do it any
Definitely,
style that you
definitely.
like.
And-
I just
and-
wanted to
and
drop
yes,
that
do it.
inspiration. before we.
Please do it, Corinne, because I'm very much.
Agreed.
I would very much love to hear that.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree.
That was it. That was all. I wanted to address that, and then Robbie said, "Women, am I right?" Very based. Very cool.
Very good.
Anyway, all right, Scarlet Road. Here's the moment we all been waiting for. Left headphones loving this. There it is.
Is this really what I want? Is this really what I need? These desperate choices are getting me nowhere. Oh.
That lick was not there originally.
No, the licks that you added were so good.
No more words to say. Dead silence. As I go on, I can see myself drifting away.
Our vocals are so on in this fucking
Oh
song.
my god.
Yeah, they really are. This song came so far from the acoustic demo. Totally different beast.
This part's largely the same.
Yeah, actually.
This part was all Tony. Triplet and 3.
Oh, but you added the triplet right before the solo originally, so he was just building on what you did already,
Interesting.
if I remember right.
You pay Mitch to be the hype man,
Here it
except we
comes.
don't pay him.
Somebody's got to do it.
Oh my
not-
god, that squeal.
It's not about the
Fucking
money,
squeal.
Spider-Man. This lick is so good. Here we go, triplet.
Fucking dive bomb guitar always gets me, bro.
I know, right?
This part's so chunky. Oh, best solo. Here we go. Dragon Force is pissing themselves hearing that. They're pissing away the wasted yesterday. I don't know where I'm going, but I know it's forward.
Fuck you.
Oh, this vocal.
Pause.
I'm pausing.
This makes me so emotional. I want to see if I can possibly. Hold on a minute. I'm sorry. I know we've been going too long, but it's what is it? It's 8. Calm down.
I don't know what's off screen right now. Oh, there it is.
It's only 9:00 p.m. Pacific for Daniel Boy here.
You're fine.
So me and Mitch are going on midnight.
Yeah. Your guitar is gonna cut
Sorry.
in and out, but your voice will be
Yeah.
fine.
So something I will do to mitigate that is that I'll go to settings, and then I'll go
Yes.
to voice and video.
thought you lived
and
in
then
Florida,
I
Brian.
will- But
Do you have
What's
do
he
you have
saying?
different time zone?
Brian.
Sorry. I was talking to Brian in the chat.
No, he's
Fuck
living
you,
with
I'm
the
not-
Mets, baby,
I'm
the
not
Mets.
Brian.
I am Brian. Well, Brian was saying that he's at 11 p.m. and I was like, I thought you
Alright.
lived in Florida, which is like the same time.
That's fair.
Are we on that last chorus now?
Can I request what song we were just listening to?
Scarlet Road.
Shamelessly. That's what I thought. Okay.
Shamelessly.
I actually thought he was like asking, like I don't know what I thought you were asking, but it wasn't what song are we on?
He shot.
He's shooting.
I
Get the man. Get the man
I
a
have many
fucking-
I have many beers.
was gonna
Have you
say
have you have you
he-
tried
he-
water?
He door dashed an entire fucking 12-pack. Give the man
I
a
did.
fucking break.
I've not seen him drinking a single one before now, however, so he could have fooled
No,
me.
You have not. Damn. Interesting.
Damn.
No, you were stealthing it. You were trying not
here's
to let
the-
me see.
Here's the point that I want to make. Adam and I originally wrote Scarlet Road years ago. Right, Adam? You can back that
Correct.
up?
Correct.
Like in the dorm. The whole like
You're
I want to draw the point too. Am I cutting out?
yeah, you're cutting in and out. Just
Cutting
lower your
out a
input
good bit.
volume by a good bit, and then it shouldn't cut. Hopefully, just remember where you had it for talking.
Fair enough. I'm not going to be going for long.
Okay.
But the point I want to make is that the whole like originally the song was like I can't figure it out all on my own. We can run down together. Like that kind of chorus. And then Adam and I were playing live one time, and I think I was playing the guitar, and I'm pretty sure like I remember
you
the
do.
video, but I don't know who like has the actual original video. But there's one part where I like wanted to just go above and beyond, and I was like, oh, I should just fucking sing this crazy lick. So I was like, and then it's like, and so that ended up making it into like the like song that we have now, but it was not
Yeah.
there in any of the previous versions. Like it was just kind of
Dude.
before it was like, so you know you won't have to bleed. And just kind of stay on that same note. But once we like became aware of that video, it was like, so I just thought that was worth mentioning. 'Cause
Dude, the
it
great-
makes me very happy that it ended up in the final take of that shit.
The great tragedy
yeah.
of Discord is that it cut like the entirety of like those notes. I guess there was like too much like
Of
input
the-
or whatever,
of the
but
great notes.
but I know exactly the part that you're talking about. The fucking
But Mitch is gonna play it again, and then we're gonna
play it
finish
again
the
for that.
song.
I am gonna play it
Let's
again
Fucking hear it, bro.
because I'm gonna say there are a couple moments on this album where I think like the original takes with like the lack of like the Melodyne and like the lack of the production, the vocals really
Melodyne?
shone through more. Yes, Melodyne. The vocals shone through a lot more. Like
What the fuck is that? I'm just kidding.
the vocals I think really shone through more like in this song, like your like the run you were talking about and your stuff at the end, and in the bottom too before production. Like the demo versions were even more like raw than this version is. But I mean, obviously, pound for pound, this version's better. But
Clap.
all right, yeah. Well, I think we walked it back enough.
Sorry.
Yeah, here we go.
Comes.
It's so good.
That was not there originally. It makes me so happy, man.
It's immaculate.
Oh, and then Adam's run.
Yes.
Oh my god.
And
That song
ending
makes
it
me emotional.
ending it like that too
It
is
ends so strong.
Yeah. Yeah.
That
It
did not
ends
used to be
so
the case. It
fucking
used to be
strong.
like, so we on it on my own, and then it would be like,
The riff again.
Yeah.
But ending
Well,
it
and
that
s-
way is just beautiful.
Any run I did in that song was just
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. No spoilers.
you
Mitchell!
son of
No,
a bitch.
no spoilers. No
The-
spoilers.
No, any run I did in
come in my pants.
I will. I
You
am
will.
bricked up as we speak.
You will.
Any single run I did in that song was years of Danny just doing like insanely good runs in all of the songs that we did, and me being like, I gotta show up. I gotta show the fuck up. For a single song, I need to at least show that I can do a run or two,
Dude,
and then
that last
so
chorus,
I did way too many in this
no,
fucking song.
it wasn't too many, but the one that always sticks out to me is that last chorus before the outro, where he just comes off of doing that like massive like and then you do like the we lie and say that we don't care, like that brings it so well into that final swell to me.
I love that. That might be one of my favorite vocal triumphs. Is if we weren't about to hear a song that is another vocal triumph, but like,
Can I please interject just because this?
go for it.
Do it.
Adam, this means a lot
it.
to me. The fact that you did this. And Mitchell will be able to tell me what I'm thinking about. But the whole
It's a lot of
like
pressure on me.
telling which way to go, but we can run down together. What is the timing on that? Because the drums and the guitar are going like right? Because so the timing is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 1, 2. And so Adam somehow does this like, oh, one we can run down together. What is that timing? Because for some reason, that specific note gets me among all other notes in the whole song, like the 1, 2, 3. Like, I don't know, Adam, how you fucking did that. And it blows me away like nothing else in the entire album. The whole like, we can run down together. Like, oh,
Is it that it doesn't fit? Is it that like it to me that always felt like it didn't fit, but I like it was another one of those runs where I was just like it.
Yeah.
It was just a like I was just like I'm fucking running this shit.
Yeah.
And like
maybe it's like a triplet
ends
thing.
up working.
It is.
Like if I do like digga 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 digga.
It is. It's the fact that the rhythm is doing the very like slow I think it's triplets. It's the 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 3 1. I think that's triplet. That, you know, the give me a second I need to get my story straight, that kind of rhythm, but mixed with that very straight like I think it's dotted notes that he's singing, but it's the very straight-laced way of singing it over the new rhythm is very the vocal is grounding in a way.
Interesting. That's so fucking cool.
The grounding, I know. Yeah.
We'll have to have like a whole discussion about that. But Adam, I want to tell you, the single best note on the whole album is the we can run down together. Like
I'm so happy you think that.
You'll like I will stab myself over that. Like you did it together. Like it's not on the chord, and I don't know what it is about that, but it just makes me like so happy.
It feels
like,
right for where it's at.
Already. I can go to bed happy tonight.
It's interesting because it doesn't fit nearly as well as the run that Mitch was talking about, the like part beforehand, which is one of my favorites. And then I hear that one. Well, and you always told me like I fucking love that, and it's interesting because it was just such a throwaway, which is how all of us work. It's just like it's the throwaway things that the other people get fucking bricked up about.
It's so subtle because there's a lot of other shit going on, like the rhythm change, the chords are in halftime. Immediately after you do the together, Dan does the I'm pretty sure. And it's just another layer to the ending. The ending feels very like cascading.
I fucking love it. All right, boys.
I just want to add one more comment here.
Go for it.
I'm trying to because Adam, if you sang like we can run down together, it would be so different. That's the single note. So right now I'm trying to think of like we can run down together. That the reason that would work is because it would still be in that C chord, but the reason it doesn't work, but it does, is like the we go down together. It's in
Would
the
you call that
D.
like disdain?
I don't even
Is that
know, man.
right?
Never mind.
It's the second
Put that-
note of the scale, but you're on the major chord, like
Yeah?
the tonic.
Okay.
So it's
Major chord?
it's a whole step dissonance. Yeah, I know. I'm
right.
waffling. What's bro
I
yapping
love
about?
it.
I'm
Mitchell could
waffling.
teach me more than I could ever hope to learn.
It's
so
because you're
alright.
still on like the root of the like the key,
Oh,
but
I
you're
love
singing
roots.
the instead of the do re mi, you're singing the re. So it's a whole step apart. It adds that
re.
dissonance. That's what it is.
Nice.
Yeah, and it
oh
like
yeah.
that's
He
like
knows.
not what it
He
should be
fucking
ended
knows.
on.
He fucking knows.
But it is though. And I'm drinking, so I didn't
love
say
it.
that as eloquently as I could have. But it's what it is. There's a dissonance that's good.
I'm going to piss real quick. That we're gonna fucking listen
Oh.
to Split
All right.
and
So
and pop our boners.
Go
and
forth
sounds
and
good.
I'll be right back.
go forth and piss. Yeah, let me get those.
All
I'm
right.
gonna get those lyrics up for this one. This song is fucking wild. I won't say anything too drastic before the boys come back. But what was that, Adam?
It was a burp. I apologize.
Oh, that was a good one though. Damn, but yeah, take your headphones off, bro. I'm just this is the song where we're almost through it, guys. We're almost through it. I appreciate that you're still here with us because we are 2 songs from the end. Hopefully we can do this in less than half an hour. But we'll see. Yeah, but thank you guys for being here. I can't believe you're in the Alabama part of Florida. That's something I've never heard, Brian. Yeah, but we're getting there. We're getting to the end. They'll probably say this while we're all back on the call, but this was the other song that got added like last minute that didn't exist like until a year back from now. When in 2020, I don't even know if this song was a brain baby in Dan's head, but they were coming up with something in those in those like 3-4 years since then. They'll talk about it, but I'm really just trying to kill time until they are done with the pissing. I will tell you. Did you just say this song gave me babies? Adam specifically, he'll talk about it, but he had a DDLC reference in one of the verses that I'm sure you guys will enjoy, or have already enjoyed. Hello, Dan. Welcome back. I'm just doing some more waffling,
Amazing.
trying to fill the dead air.
Please continue.
Oh no, I already I didn't want to say too much about this one, but it looks like Brian's already got all the lore of this song, but yeah, Adam will talk about it, I'm sure, once we get him back here. He do be pissing.
Can we play Captivated again by any chance?
I don't have the MP3 for it, but I could find it.
I can send it to you.
Let me wait, I do have the MP3. I'm just a clown.
Oh,
You
yeah.
did send it
Is
to
it
me.
the mastered version? I hope so.
It definitely is from pre-release, and I have it, I'm pretty sure. Oh, I might have it on my
Oh,
phone.
if Adam's back, then we don't have to.
We'll
Sorry,
do it.
Adam.
We'll do it. I'll just like pull it up on YouTube later. That's what
There's
we'll do.
no rush on that. All right.
That's what we'll do.
You know how it
Mike
goes.
clap.
Mike lap.
I
Alright.
really feel like we
Michael
should
and
do
his
this all
lap.
like the 3 of us, like not live. Some of these days.
Oh,
Just-
my God.
100%.
Yeah,
Like-
that would be.
when I sat down to do this with you two, I was like, oh my God, like I feel like I'm about to like hang out with my friends, like I miss you, both of you, like so much
We
being out
fucking
here.
miss you too, dog. You're,
Like
you're
even
so
if I was
far.
in DC, like because I told Adam before that I accepted a job somewhere else, like here in the Southwest, but like even if I was on the East Coast, it wouldn't be the same. We all just have shit to do. It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
True that, but
Getting to actually just like hang out with you. Well, and I think that's what was so pivotal about us, like having that river trip last year was like we
Ugh.
truly got to just like be together,
Yeah.
And there's
Yeah.
nothing that beats the 3 of us just hanging out and doing stuff
Yeah.
together.
the 3 of us gaslighting Gabe was unparalleled. It was so good.
We weren't gaslighting anyone. We were all serious.
I mean, yeah, we were telling the truth, but it was just really funny.
I completely forget what we were gaslighting him about.
We weren't gaslighting him about anything.
Yeah, we weren't.
talking
Are you
about people who
gaslighting me?
No, he's not.
I am not. We were talking about people who appear to be female.
Oh,
Right?
gotcha.
And presenting people doing particular things.
It was all very wholesome and admiration based. Just trust, because we're not going to go there right now.
just so we just so that's clear. But
There were feminine people involved, and there were very happy dudes also involved.
It was me.
yes,
I was the
It
feminine
was me
dude.
also.
To answer a
yes,
question that's
so-
long overdue, I chopped off all my hair because I got sick of it. I know we're like 3 hours in, but that's
Yeah.
the long and short of that.
Yeah, buddy.
the long and short of his hair.
But
On to
anyway,
the next
we're ready to play Split.
onto the
Yes.
fucking most popular song.
Can we turn it up as loud as possible without
Statistic-
ear raping our?
No. Straight up, no.
Let's go to
Yes.
yeah. Let's go to like there.
Yeah. To start. This song needs to be loud. All right, here we go. Split track is 8. It's 7 in this order. This one got me feeling a type of way.
This whole fucking solo is action.
This solo is Metallica if they could play. These verses are just like like manic, just like crazy. Like it's so good. It's
The
insane.
madman, bro.
Yeah. But real, I felt that. With like the most infectious chorus, like I'll say too, your harmonies on that chorus where you like go off the same melody but just diverge from it a little bit makes it so good. We'll gush later. DDLC moment.
I just spilled beer everywhere. So.
Somebody's taking over my role tonight.
Those fucking Tom.
All right, get ready. Here it comes.
Pause it for a sec, Mitch, before we get to.
Oh my god.
First
Go ahead,
of all, could we scroll down the lyrics?
I keep forgetting to do lyrics. I've had too much.
I've had too much alcohol.
Yeah, sorry.
I happened to look over and notice.
We need to look at verse 2 because that's where the DDLC reference is.
But pretty much, funnily enough, I wish this was my idea. It was not. Mitch was like, "Yo, that first verse is fucking Mandela catalog,
Yes, it's
100% like inspired." And in my brain, so interestingly, I mean, maybe in some fucking recesses of my subconscious, maybe, absolutely was not intentional.
this part
to,
was.
to have the first verse be this sort of idea of like of I mean, for me it was like struggling with my faith and this idea of like I grew up Christian and like now I'm like now and just this feeling. Also this song and parts later in the song had to do with an idea of like I was sick with COVID at one point, and I was living in a basement in Philadelphia, and like sort of secluded from everybody, and I had these I would have these like premonitions of like my lungs collapsing, and like I would wake up in like a fucking cold sweat, like panic attack, like that full blown like I cannot fucking breathe feeling. And so that kind of like encompassed a lot of the manicness and the fear in this song, but then obviously mixed with a lot of horror elements. But I just wanted to give Mitch his fucking due diligence, and like he was straight up like that first verse is Mandela Catalog, and I wish so fucking badly that I had thought of that, and that is why Mitch is such a fucking integral part of this shit.
I am the analyst, nothing more.
He brings shit out of us that it's just like I didn't even consider that shit.
It's like Dan accidentally using the same rundown and the solos of the songs that are right next to each other in the track order.
So I like it's so fucking good. But yes, let's continue. And obviously the DDLC references, and I mean we can get into it later.
Yeah, that's like the right here part, I'm pretty sure.
do
But
it.
yeah, no, and that like high note like that Dan had right there, that wasn't even the best fucking part of this song. That's coming up. But
Yeah.
what an incredible way to end that chorus here. I'll put it back. That's my second favorite vocal run you do in this song. There are better ones even.
Such a good and just solid fucking note, bro.
Yes, it
Turn
really
it
is.
all the way up, Mitch.
All right, here we go. I'm not doing that. We'll die. Apartment 32.
In the breakdown, I'm the one who screams, by the way.
Yeah.
Here we go. Oh, that part.
So yes, fun fact, that is Danny doing that scream.
Yeah, he killed that.
Oh my fucking god, can you pause that?
There it is. There's the callbacks lyrically.
No. Well, yes, but
I mean,
no.
yeah, that's true.
Yes, but no. This happens many times throughout the song. Listen to the fucking toms. Then along the ride with company 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Like
Oh, yes.
listen to the reverb at the end of that. This is all Tony because I wrote the drum parts, but when he sent this back to me, like it happens many times throughout the song. You can hear it reverb like throughout your soul. It's so fucking insane. Listen to it again.
I already put it back.
That's all I
So
request. That's all I request.
here we go.
Yeah, please.
This feels
Okay,
crazy.
so far. Right here, coming up.
Yes. Heard it.
You hear it?
Heard it.
And it happens again.
Yep. There it was, man. That high note's so good too.
Yes.
Yes. Dan kills his fucking mic for this shit.
Yeah.
That's Ev-
Oh my
every
God.
every time I'm showing somebody this album, they get to that song and they're just like, "What the fuck was that?" Like that's always the song that people are like, "That was crazy. That was incredible."
Well, and
Yep.
it's funny. One of my best friends, Joe, who you guys know very well,
yeah.
he was
The
like
fucking
he was
whale.
like he was like that fucking whale. That's a story for another time. And,
That was a great time too, though.
he goes to me, I fucking love this album. Split sticks out like a sore fucking thumb. What is up with that
Yeah.
song, bro?
But
and it truly does. And like he was being, because he loves like the heavier stuff. He was like that, like, what is the deal with that song?
Wow.
Like with so it just, and I mean, like, you know, most people that I've talked to, you know, I get a lot of the bottom. And so it's interesting. The people I know, like, by their personality, I can be like, like, this is your favorite Wasting Yesterday song. I get a lot of people who are like along for the ride that love that like generic poppy earworm, get in your fucking head song. You know,
Yeah.
there's people I talk to that are like, the bottom is the fucking tits.
Yep.
It
The
is.
most I get is the split. Is split though. You know, like it
The
like
tits are on the fucking bottom.
or other.
I
But-
have to take this moment to say that we have some people in the chat saying things like, "This is probably my favorite song on the album. This and My Attack and Breaking Ground." So I totally, Adam, second what you're saying about the type of songs that people are like really identifying with. Split totally contains that type of energy.
Brian be loving that hard rock, and honestly,
Oh,
same.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, for me personally, if you'd allow me a limerick, like this,
No.
it like, so for me, I was like, and at this time, what I'm listening to the most is Elisana, Wage War, and uh and Of Mice and Men.
Selfish
So, like,
little
you know,
whore.
Yeah, so and Coheed and Cambria, where it's like,
Yeah.
I
There you
mean,
go.
those four bands are just like, you know, and Coheed a lot less screaming than the rest of those bands, but Coheed has that that horror concept element, as
Yeah.
well as that like poetic, like almost
Yeah.
talking. But Elisana especially is the, I mean, as close as you can get to what this song was for me, is
Yeah.
like anything off the emptiness is like, it's conceptual, it's horror. There's Edgar Allan Poe like messages. There's, or not messages, but like the story of Edgar Allan Poe, like Telltale Heart, The Raven. There's all those sort of things, and then like Doki Doki Literature Club. You know, just ideas of like the fucking with your faith, and like not knowing, and losing your fucking mind is like, I was talking to Joe, and I was also talking to Brian
Thank you,
about
Dan.
this because Brian was me and him were chatting about this album, and it's really like, this song, you go through this whole album, and like there's stuff that's like heavy and fun and cool. This song, it's like you are losing your fucking mind. And like that is what I wanted to like drill into you more than anything else, is like,
Adam, drill me. I'm
like
sorry.
you
I
like
know you're being serious.
We're getting
like
homoerotic in here.
you've lost your fucking mind. You like panic attacks, you feel like you can't even fucking breathe.
Oh.
You feel godless and hopeless. And your brains are literally leaking out onto the people you love the most. Like, you know, that, and you know, it doesn't get any more intense and hardcore as this shit. So it's like, that's as far as the writing process, and that's what those bands, I mean, the bleh at the very beginning
Yeah.
is straight out of a Wage
Can we-
War song.
Can I request something, Mitchell?
Yeah.
Are you able to play a song from Spotify right now or no?
I don't
It's-
have
it's okay if you're
Spotify,
not.
but
Okay.
what song?
He's an
YouTube?
iTunes man.
I am,
Or YouTube.
but I have a
iTunes?
PC.
You can, if you pulled up "Awake" by Lost Society, everyone in this whole fucking channel would enjoy that to no end. I promise you. "Awake" by Lost Society. They're like a Norwegian band. I discovered them in like 2020, and like when I first heard them, I was like, oh my god, they're kind of Metallica, but like they're deeper than that.
We might get a
We must
copyright
listen to this.
strike if we do that. However,
Okay.
so maybe we
Well,
shouldn't, but
We
Yeah.
we cannot then.
because I realized as well that
good-
like
it's a good reference. So
most music is very like strictly regulated when it comes to like reaction and like YouTube stuff, but
fair enough. Okay.
Lost Society Awake, that's the
But
recommendation.
like Lost
You-
Society, I
The
feel
three of us
like
can
you were
listen
big.
to this if we're not going to post it. So
Yeah.
we can
Oh.
listen to the next song.
But I feel like this or like I know you were big into Black Veil Brides, like all
a
that
while,
like
yeah.
bleeds a lot of like the guitar specifically or
Yeah.
like the
When
like
exactly, yeah.
like, in that time period, like that was definitely where your head was.
Part of
guitar-wise.
that intro riff, like the is very like BVB to me.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yep. If
So-
if you both are around when this live stream is over, we could listen to like the Lost Society shit.
I might have
for a
to.
little tiny bit.
For sure.
It's 12:30 for you, so
It is.
Yeah, we're
I haven't had dinner
me
yet,
and Mitch are on
personally,
our
so-
last fucking legs here,
Well-
bro.
Well, and I might
We're-
have to
We're pulling through.
not to extend your last legs, but I might have to ask you because Adam and I have talked a lot about like what like the verses mean and stuff. Like I've asked him about that a lot. But Dan, what's going on with the choruses? Like that's almost like the polar opposite in terms of like to me it kind of sounds like what I was saying make believe meant to me, where it's like this is what I'm
What?
feeling, this is how I'm pushing through it. Did you write the lyrics for the choruses, or was that Adam also? Because the choruses are that hopeful side of the coin from my listening perspective.
Yeah, that's a good question. I feel like for the first chorus, if I'm remembering correctly, I think I wrote the lyrics for that one at least. Because Adam, like typically what would happen is I would send Adam something that I had done, and then he would write additional stuff. So I'm trying to think like
So
Um,
from my recollection, you
Yeah, I'm focusing on chorus one.
you sang the melody of all the choruses like that, like you went to me like da 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 all the way through the chorus, and what you wrote was a lot of little things that I threw into the first verse. So like something about an aged change, spiraling into the future too fast. Like because you had wrote like a completely different verse almost for that first verse.
yeah,
Interestingly enough. And
I remember
I'm
that,
sure
yeah.
I'm sure there were parts of the chorus as well. But I remember back when I lived in Philly, you sending me that and like that idea of that chorus. And it was very bare bones, and we were like,
yeah.
yeah, let's do it. Like, let's get a heavier song. And then like neither of us had any ideas, and it just fell to the wayside for like a very long time. And then we came back to it, and then we still had that idea of that chorus, and I can't speak on the first chorus. I feel like I wrote from second chorus on as far as the choruses, but I feel like I wrote all the like verse shit. And except for the things that you had written, and then you had originally almost made it more melodic as far as the verses were concerned.
Yeah.
And then I was like, this kind of isn't working with
Yeah.
what I was writing. So I was
Eh,
like,
eh,
let's make it all like spoken,
Yeah.
which
It
was
wasn't
like
working
weird.
with it honestly wasn't working with like what guitars were present, because the whole point was like well, not the whole point. The 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 outcome was that the guitars were very melodic. So obviously you can't have a melody um at the same time as a melody. Like you can in some cases, but in that case it wasn't really working. So I get that. Um
Yeah, we
but
we just couldn't
we
find
can
one that was like working that we both liked.
yeah,
Was
yeah,
more
no,
kind of the idea.
I totally agree. Like I felt like the instrumental part that I had, I was very happy with. And so you like ultimately at the end of the day like took that and went in whatever direction, and it like worked out, and I was very happy with it. So like basically the conclusion is that I had no idea of like where we should go with this, and then you introduced that, which ended up working out nicely
Well, I wanted like a really heavy horror theme. Like I wanted it to
during
be
the
very
verses.
well, just in everything. Like as soon as I heard like how heavy it was,
Yeah,
I was like, I want this to be like haunting
yeah,
and scary. And then I remember you you singing the melody of the chorus,
yep.
and I was like, to me, this gives the vibes of like, so not exactly like this, but like old Attack Attack,
Mhm.
which was so the screamer that was from Of Mice and Men was the original screamer and lead vocalist of that of Attack Attack. But anyway, it was very much like the choruses were very not poppy, but were very catchy and like
Yeah,
metalcore catchy choruses.
Yeah,
yep.
And then
that was pure
and
pop
And
then
punk too.
it gave me a day to remember vibes personally.
yes, and then the verses were heavy and
Yep.
screamy or talk, and again the talking is completely Elisana. Like that is by far, and then the screaming is a mix of Elisana, and I wanted to go a little raw which is where like Of Mice and Men
Beartooth.
of Mice and Men vibes and Wage War and
Beartooth.
Beartooth,
There you go.
like
Bear
like
tooth,
like all
yeah.
like all of those bands
My
kind of
brother in
play a
Christ.
heavy part in the raw screams of, especially like the last It's My Legacy scream,
Yes.
and like
Yeah.
that is just straight up like raw Beartooth screaming,
Yeah,
which
Can
is like,
anybody save
again,
me?
which actually Attack Attack also had Caleb Shomo, who is lead vocalist for Beartooth. So
Yep.
Dude, and
a lot of experience.
I keep coming back to this shit, and like with all of your guys' songs, I feel like every time you write something and it's like really heavy, I always see like the very like hopeful aspect of it. Like Different Endings will forever be like my favorite song that you guys have written, but that one I see like the hopefulness. What other song was I talking about? Like Make Believe, I see it as very like moving forward type of song. This last chorus in particular, it's like yeah, the dream is gone. There's still like struggles ahead, but the callbacks to the lyrics are such like a triumphant, like along the ride with company. Like my friends are here.
That
Here's
was
a
all
callback to
Adam.
this song. I'll break the ground in front of me. You're very like determined to like move forward. The I'll be the summit. Wait and see goes so fucking hard. It's unbelievable.
That's all Adam.
Because
That's all Adam.
the bottom, like the top of the mountain is treated as like this like force of nature. You cannot possibly overcome it. But like by the end of this song, it's like I am the force of nature. Like it's it sounds so dumb the way I'm putting it, but the feelings
It
I
sounds
get from it,
very amazing, not dumb.
the feelings I get from it are exactly like that's what I want to
It
convey.
is-
Like
I cannot stress this enough. That last verse is what, at my best times in life, is kind of the like corny bullshit that like goes through my head. Is like fuck how you've been feeling, man. fuck all the anxiety, the depression, the weirdness, the whatever the fuck you're feeling right now. It's that like it's and not this corny and stupid, but it's that like alpha male, like David Goggins, like we're gonna like I'm gonna push through this fucking shit no matter what. Like and to an extent where it's like, okay, like so my attack again, which is someday when I am truly free also touches on my attack, which, you know, will I ever get to, you know, be free and
True.
you know,
Yes.
so it touches on a lot of the songs in the album, but it's like, you know, as you said, Mitch, that is the nail on the head, is like, I've got my friends. And these are the things when you're at your lowest, these are the things that go through my head, at least, is like, I've got my friends, my family, the people I love the most. I'm along for the ride with company. Someday when I'm truly free is like, I've still got this fucking brain that is constantly burdening me and bogging me down with shit. You know, I'll break the ground in front of me. Again, something that Danny put into my brain of like the idea of breaking ground is like,
Hell yeah.
and then I'll be the summit. Wait and see. It's like
It's
I'll
gonna
be
happen.
the fucking summit, bro. Like fuck this idea of like which is also an interesting thing, because like it almost goes against the bottom in a way that makes it the point of the bottom is like I'm gonna be the fucking summit, even though the idea is like you've been the summit before, and like all these past things are like you were already there, man.
Yeah.
Like you already had it, and like you're still always constantly pining for that second summit. This
Yeah.
one is like, no, I'm at the top of all that shit.
I'm the best
You know?
there's gonna be for me. Like
And-
that's
and maybe you'll never reach it, but there is that mindset of like, I'm gonna fucking die trying.
yeah, man.
You know?
I get
So-
that from the end of this song. Like it doesn't shy
Oh, no.
away from the fact that there's still struggles and there's still fuckery to be dealt with, but it gets that across really well in a way that's like cohesive, oddly, with the very overt like themes of being terrified or having all this anxiety. Like it's just very like GG's on this fucking song, dude. It's
GG's, boys.
there's a reason that like why this is the song for most people who listen to this.
Yeah.
Fucking killed it, man. I was so proud with this one. And I mean, I'm a slut for bringing things full circle and like having little Easter eggs of like, hey, these were past songs, bring it back, baby. I mean, we did that in Yellow Roses. I felt it
Yes.
only appropriate to do this in the heaviest song of this album as well.
This is like when you get to New Home and you hear the song Undertale from the hit game Undertale by Toby Fox, and it's the same motif that's been playing throughout the game. Like that's kind of what Split is in that
every
way.
Wasting Yesterday song is just an Undertale.
I'm gonna put
homage.
Megalovania in every future song that we do.
You played Megalovania one time too much in the fucking documentary, bro.
I bet I did. I'm remembering that the live album, the Live from 13 that we did, where I'm pretty sure both James and I at the beginning of our sets played Megalovania. Like
Good.
both of us
It's the
separately
greatest
in
song ever
different in different recordings did the riff. Oh
All
my
right.
god. But yeah,
Shall we close this out, boys?
we shall.
Yeah,
The final vocal track from the album, Saving Tomorrow, the polar opposite of Wasting Yesterday. And these are all the
fucking
lyrics.
go.
All the lyrics right here. Very unusual song in terms of structure, but I'm just going to put it on.
I completely
Put it
agree.
on.
Let's do it.
Oh.
Home Depot.
a little aside, the very beginning of this is the exact ending of Yellow Roses played in reverse.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yes, sir.
I knew it sounded
Really?
nostalgic.
Danny, you did it yourself, bro.
I didn't know that.
This
I mean, I suggested it, but you're the one who actually like physically did it.
this organ is so
I know, right?
it's what it needed.
The ghosts and memories fade more and more each day. The ones who made me who I am are dead and gone. And what is left to say when no one's listening anyway?
High key too. This is the most insane chorus on the album, I think.
I agree.
Oh, here comes the funny one. There it was. Yes.
Three of us went so fucking hard on that. fucking
Every
vocal,
like
bro.
every like instrumental effect too, like every guitar phaser, every delay is like so like oppressively atmospheric. Oh, here's the Dance Forever part you're talking about. That's a callback to the first album.
The fuck?
And this, the acoustic guitar here is Little Dipper, which again, not out yet.
Coming soon.
Meant to be on the same album. Oh, here it comes. Oh, that explosion, dude. And the
called back to Wasting Yesterday.
yeah, the solo is the melody from the song Wasting Yesterday by the band Wasting Yesterday.
This is my favorite fucking thing in any album ever.
Yeah. And he just ripped at the end of that. Dude, I played that song like out loud one time while I was doing, I don't know what I was doing, like taxes or some bullshit. And my dad was downstairs and he like fucked with that song. He was like, I really like that song. Who is that? And I was like, Adam and Dan. And he was like, really?
No. It's
That was
Wasting Yesterday, you fucking bitch.
Yeah, but he doesn't know
that is
that.
The three of us for.
He doesn't know that. He just turned 67. He doesn't know who. He can't learn names. Are you kidding me?
Hold on a minute. He just turned 67. He needs to know that shit. What's he gonna do? Die?
Happy
die
67.
ignorant?
No, he's not dying for years. Not that man, but
Well, that's what we say now. I thought my dad was gonna die a few years ago, but you know.
dude, that's the whole point of Saving Tomorrow, isn't it?
This took a dark turn.
Speedily.
Eddie,
I
so,
found we're alive.
so
Anyway.
here's the fucking thing, man. Is so like
Hmm.
that ending
Hmm?
is so unbelievably fucking epic So this song, I mean, obviously I feel the climax of this album is that last chorus of Split. Like the climax, like the part where it hits the fucking tippy top, the summit, if you will.
Yes, what? Well,
Oh, man.
but Adam,
And-
But really, what is the top but another bottom?
Fucking perish, Mitchell.
I want to.
Here's the thing is like, so I feel like in any good story, and I feel like this album was way more of a story than the last one
Definitely.
structurally. Is like,
structurally.
so we hit that fucking peak in Split. And then it's like, all right, here's the aftermath, is Saving Tomorrow. And we're chugging along and things are awesome, and we hit that verse and that fucking chorus, and it's epic. And then Mitch hits you with the things that came from the first album and from albums that have yet to come. And then here's that fucking plot twist of just like stutter step, punch you in the fucking mouth. Let's bring this guitar solo to its fucking peak and then bring it on home. So I mean, it's and that was something that when Dan sent that to me, I have such specific visions of playing live. Like that's something that I think is the reason that I love live so much, is that like I have such a specific vision of when like I hear a song of like playing it live. And Saving Tomorrow, just the idea of the three of us fucking just like having that moment of like, this is the most epic moment.
What happened to Daniel?
Of the fucking show. Did Dan just perish?
We'll get him back.
Dan just absolutely.
I just removed his camera for now. We'll get him back.
Okay. Is he good?
I hope so. I can't text right now, so
I'll give him a call. Just to wrap that up, like that is the most fucking epic moment of like of the show for sure.
Easily. Well, and I remember too, like yeah, we should figure out what's.
Did Dan you just removed his camera?
No, he just disconnected. Like he's off the Discord call, so that's why I just muted his camera, because right now, he's coming back. But there he is. Yay! But
Do you see me?
You're back, Daniel?
yeah, you're back.
I don't know what the fuck is wrong with my roommates. They can go suck a cock.
What did they say?
Let him know.
I don't know what the fuck happened. I don't know. No one told me what was going on. I just left, and then I'm back. So
He's back though. To continue on with.
I can hear them chatting, and making nice out there. So anyway.
Yes.
No.
All I was gonna say to end my
fuck
point.
my ass, hopefully.
There we go,
okay.
big dog. All I was gonna say to end my point is that like that is the perfect ending. Is like it ends with just like, all right, we hit the peak, and then then this is the aftermath. Boom. There's that fucking plot twist that you want at the end of a solid story leading to more. Possibly.
It's the M. Night
And then
Shyamalan
boom.
twist right at the end.
It's what we fucking want.
Yeah,
and so as a story and as a written piece of work, I am just so fucking happy that and Dan, as you said, like you tend to just like fall into these like fucking amazing pieces that you write.
Oh.
And so it was like I don't know what the case was for this. If you just fell into this, fucking bravo, bro. Because it's insanely good. It's insanely good. Like just a
I
way,
appreciate that.
just a solid way to end an album.
I remember you guys too, like structuring this song and writing it, like for the longest time it was the first verse and the chorus, and then you were just like, I have this second verse, but like I don't know what we want to do with it. And then I don't remember if I was the first one to say it or if it was just incidental, that I was like, what if it was just one verse, one chorus, and then a long ass like instrumental at the end, and then we just ended up doing that. Like I might be missing a few like events in that time frame, but I just remember we got to that point where we were like, this really only needs one chorus because it's so big and so explosive that having longer would be detrimental to like how impactful it is.
I 100% accept that is a strong possibility.
It could have happened. It might be.
That is
No, dude, I'm saying that like not in the sense that I'm like discounting you, like
No, I know.
because I've listened to this before, and well, obviously, and like
I know.
it
I
goes
know.
as long as it does, and then there's other shit for like a long period of time, and so I would totally dole that responsibility or credit, etc., to you, because
Oh wow. I don't know about that. You guys were the ones who wrote
I
everything
think
pretty
it
much.
ends up being fucking awesome.
I will say this is that we originally were going to do the verse, the chorus, and then just the regular fucking Home Depot lick into just like dead end.
Oh, you're
Fuck
right.
you.
Just a into
I will
just
throw my fucking microphone at the fucking window. You say that Home Depot shit again. You fuck yourself.
That's Gabe's fault, I'm pretty sure.
it is a cacophony of people's faults for sure.
You say Lowe's or you don't say fucking shit. That's what I have to say about this goddamn shit.
Dude, let's make the Lowe's theme song.
Does
bro.
Lowe's even have a jingle?
No, it doesn't. And wasting
Careful.
yesterday can fucking make
Careful. No, we can't. We can hope for it, but we can't. I don't know.
Dude, Dan, I cannot stress to you the amount of times, even before Mitch, before you joined the band, fucking the amount of times my parents were like, you should just like, you and Dan should just like write jingles for
You and
companies
Dan should
stuff."
get married. Yeah. No.
But
Now
only when
Dan's
it's
just
only in June.
Dan's just
sorry.
having Freudian slips over here. He's just
That's not a slip.
You and Dan should anally fuck.
He's not slipping yet. He'll slip later with the help of some oil.
you and what anal beads, buddy. So here's the thing is it's like that's an awesome idea, but it's like how do you even go about like being the fucking jingle writer for somebody? Like that's got to be such a random fucking, like you got to know
Fair.
a guy of a guy of a guy, and like they're just
don't
like,
know.
oh, that's an interesting fucking jingle, let's make it the jingle.
Yeah,
So
beats
I
me.
mean, we put our fucking music out, that's all we can do.
Totally.
But
fair.
yes, so I'll say this is just like I am very happy that once we sort of, because as I said, Saving Tomorrow and The Bottom were those songs where it was like that was very much that like early, not early, but like maybe April or May of 2020 time where me and Dan are just like texting each other, just like starting to get back into the Wasting Yesterday groove, like just kind of missing each other, wanting to do things. And then once that started being like more concrete, it's like we already have an idea for Along for the Ride, Breaking Ground, and My Attack. Let's get shit rolling. And then we had other songs and like all kinds of shit. And then it was like, let's get Mitch on board. I call Mitch,
Sick.
get him fucking on board. It's like, let's do a week of this. The week happens and the rest is fucking history. So it is amazing think of how that all came to be, but I do credit that time and what propelled us to get actually started with this album, with the ideas of The Bottom and Saving Tomorrow.
Agreed.
Saving Tomorrow was
which-
there from the
Which is
beginning.
a lot
so.
of fun, which is a lot of fun to think about.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, like those are songs that I think
Uh-oh.
so
Stinky.
fondly of
So
in like Philadelphia and like that time.
with it being nearly 1:00 on the Eastern Coast, may I request, if Mitchell and Adam are inclined, do we think it would be fun to watch the documentary that has been posted and make comments there within?
Oh my
no?
That's up to Mitch. It is getting pretty late.
In my opinion, it is quite late.
All right, I have no bounds, so
So
you all have
here's
to implement bounds.
I just switched cameras.
here's the thing, Dan, is I love that idea. If it was an hour earlier,
that's
I might
terrible.
have said yes. I'm I am quite tired.
Fair enough.
So I
we-
do
we
think that's
shall-
something. If enough
we shall
people wanted
depart.
it, I think that would be fun. Mitch, are you good on your end?
Yeah, my camo just shut down on me for some reason.
Oh, rip GG, buddy.
So I went back to just my horrid laptop camera. So now I have the sun behind me. But
Yep. Fair
Me-
enough.
me-
Fair enough.
but it's all good though.
But yeah, I as much as I would love to do that, my body is physically telling me do not fucking do that.
I totally understand.
Do not come. Do not come.
Do not.
Do not come.
Thank you.
Do not
Thank
come.
you, Kamala.
It's me.
Yeah,
More like Kamala.
Oh!
That was all I had.
Is it
I dropped my photos to
yeah,
get
never
here.
mind, never mind.
So-
I'd like to forfeit what I was gonna say.
Okay, forfeited.
So
Oh.
I think this is a good spot to sort of end the stream and say
Agreed.
goodbye to everyone.
Yeah.
I think that's for real.
It was a good experience.
I really appreciate y'all hanging around and chatting with us, and
Yeah, man.
to those of you guys who really enjoy the album and have talked with us and like engaged and really enjoyed what we put out, that's why we do it, man. It's so much fun. It's so much fun to
Agreed.
to make the music, put it out, talk with each other about it, talk to you guys about it.
Yeah.
It is such a fun experience, and I live for this shit. So I genuinely enjoy this so much. Through the technical difficulties, through the fucking all the craziness, I cannot think of two better people to do this kind of stuff with and have this experience with. And I really appreciate you guys so much for just being my fucking friends and just like being my bandmates and making great fucking music. So again, thank you to you guys. Thank you to the fans. Thank you guys so much.
I want to follow on to that. Having been on this live stream like fucking once or twice in my life, it doesn't really matter how many times I've been here, but I just want to emphasize, if I see 6 or 7 people watching, it doesn't mean to me like, oh, there's only this many people watching. It means like, wow, there are this many people who are like aware of this kind of stream or this kind of channel or whatever, who are like value this kind of content enough to sit down and listen and appreciate this kind of stuff. Because I feel like if I knew of the channels, because there are millions of channels out there, and you don't know who's posting what and where to spend your time and that kind of thing. Like, if I could go to a channel where I would see genuine content where people are just kind of living their life and posting what they care about and like making things and sharing it with others. I would like stay in the chat the whole time because it just like means a lot to me because it's something I relate to. But those who've kind of been around all night long are in some sense equally those whom we pay the least attention to because you're the people who are always here whenever we do something like this, or tube dudes like Adam and Mitch. Um, but at the same time, you're kind of the most valuable people because you're the people who ensure that things like this continue. So, um, I think that's something that is not touted often enough, and that which is touted often is views and popularity and other things that don't actually matter, and the things that matter are those which resemble most um, that which is social interaction, like when Adam and me and Mitch all hang out together and fall asleep in each other's laps and like have a beer or two or
Me right
like,
now.
on Adam's couch. Yeah, like we all just like it's like real friendship, honestly, and that's something that's kind of hard to come by. And so like those who have stuck with us all night long, if they're, because I've seen like 6 7 8 fluctuating on the viewership of this stream. If there are 5 6 7 less people who stuck here and listened to everything, that means that whatever we said meant something to them. And I think that's more important than anything that could like make money or other things. So I'm grateful that you were here. So that's all from my end.
Legend. Massive dub.
Very well said, Dan. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, thank you to all of you
anything from
guys.
you, Mitch? Yeah.
Oh my god, I mean, much
Any words of wisdom?
much simpler than what Daniel's in the space to be the master lyricist and the heartfelt one. I'm just along for the ride. But I'm very thankful too. Anything he said, I would just second it in a way less like convincing and sentimental type of way. But yeah, thank you all for being here and for listening to us go off for 4.5 hours about this thing that we made.
Yes.
Fuck, I mean,
and thank you, Brian.
yeah.
The,
Oh, you're a legend. I need to give you
Yeah,
the heart for
we
that.
really-
I've been trying to
we
mix.
really appreciate that, man.
I've been trying to mix between like checking chat and like getting the graphics up and stuff. But I appreciate everybody that like donated and shit. Everybody that commented, just like stayed around, hung out. And just to answer like a few of the questions I saw, like when is like Tube Dudes coming, new Tube Dudes shit happening? Undecided because I'm gonna be moving probably like at least 2 more times within the next couple months, so have no setup, but we'll be back at some point. And what was another question? What genre would you say like Wasting Yesterday is gonna be making? Because it does be changing.
That's a great question. Yeah.
I would say it's definitely all rock based, because we're based. But there's I would say the next batch of songs that we hadn't released yet is more on like the alternative side. Like think more of like a almost like, I would say both you guys are pretty heavily Death Cab for Cutie influenced. I would say they have
Oh my god.
they have a lot of
100%.
influence. I would say I brought some of the like the Panic at the Disco elements to it, because those were a lot of the types of songs they had written that they were like, Mitch, like get on this and like arrange some shit.
Yeah.
And then just like any like acoustic like folk or like rock thing that I've ever like played in the past, we ended up bringing some of that too. So I would just say alternative to be safe, but there's a lot of variety coming.
I completely agree with both of those. The idea of Death Cab and Panic like married is as accurate as I can think of a marriage for Wasting Yesterday.
Mixed with the sound of what we just did and Apartment 32
Absolutely.
kind of taken to the next like logical step up. Those were the two main questions that I saw. I just wanted to answer, but
I was gonna say, I briefly messaged Adam about this, but as far as Mitchell goes, I feel like the next albums to be should mostly be Adam and Mitchell, putting together their brain power and their basically what resulted in My Moon, among other things, and
Among
that
Us.
symmetry that would be bestowed from that kind of thing would be very valuable. So I think Wasting Yesterday is very much the three of us, and in my personal experience, I remember like Adam and I were in apartment 32, and I was like, you know, in college and taking classes and whatever the fuck. And Adam was like, "Yeah, there's this guy, like his name's Mitch. Like we hung out, and we like played some songs together." And I was like, "Oh, cool." And like I didn't really think about it then because I knew like sometimes Adam would like talk with new people, or there were like groups on campus who would do like what's it called? Like where you're just saying like a cappella shit and like whatnot. And so Mitch just kind of like entered into the stratosphere in that sense. And Mitchell, to all of those who are currently viewing this, one thing that meant a lot to me was how much you really valued like what we had done with various songs, including oh fuck, Adam, what was the one with Courtney who she sang? It was
Oh,
Coraline.
Coraline.
It's Coraline. Coraline, yeah.
The one with the split lore.
With the spiders. Yeah, the split, like split spiders. I just remember being like, oh, dude, like, this guy's fucking awesome.
Aw.
And I remember Adam
Dad.
telling me that, and it, like, at the time, it kind of felt like relationship-y. Like, there's nothing else going on in
Real.
my life. Like, oh, there's this guy who, like, you know, who sang something with me, and I was like, oh, Adam, how could you? But like,
That's such an accurate way of looking at it
it's
too.
so funny to think of that, because I remember like Adam and I were standing by the door, or like you had just left because you were at a practice or something. Like I really don't remember, but I was like, okay, yeah, cool. And then like slowly, I kind of knew who you were, and it was like it was kind of relationshipy, but then like at the end of the day, it like wasn't. So, I'm happy that the three of us are now creating what we're calling Wasted Yesterday, and I think that it only has room to grow. So it makes me happy.
I couldn't be happier to be part of that either, and to hear that you like feel that way. Like it's such like a funny story, but I'm so glad to see like how that we stuck with it and like how we've grown from this.
Well, and it's so interesting watching all the undoctored footage of just how well the three of us truly get along together. And don't get me wrong, like a week together with these two is no fucking picnic.
It's no joke.
But any one of them can say the same thing about the other two. Like it's no fucking picnic. Like because well, and that's the beauty of like being in a basement with three creatives for a week,
Guys,
it gets to be
Gabe.
like this it's beautiful, and it's so creative, and it's awesome, and it's hectic, and it's stressful, and it's but
agreed.
I cannot fucking stress how at the end of the day I wouldn't trade it for the world, man. It's so
Hell
much
no.
fun. It's so
Agreed.
much fun.
Agreed.
And
Agreed.
even the stress, and I mean, me being as anxious as I am, like there's times where I'm like so fucking like stressed and geeked out, and like this needs to be this, and I'm like, and then as I mean, Dan put it perfectly in the bottom. It's like I look back on those moments, and it's like that was the top, man. It doesn't get much better than that.
What is the
So,
top?
Yeah.
Put another
I mean,
bottom.
Mitch, you motherfucker. But yeah, I think with that, like you can't beat it. Like just being with these guys, and I love it to no end. And
Same.
Dude.
The day it stops being fun is the day we'll stop doing it. But that day ain't coming. So
Not yet,
there you
man.
go.
Not yet.
There you go.
That's it, dude.
All right.
Yeah.
This was
so
a
so
good
I think
time.
with that, we'll say goodbye to the chat. Thank you. Thank you to Brian, to Robbie, to Corin, who left a while ago,
Yes.
to Brad, who left a while ago, Chipsticks, the Drunken Coffee Man, the usuals that
Yes,
come
the
by,
legends.
Golden Lightning, Biffy Man,
I
all the
personally
usual
don't-
people that we love.
Dan's
Thank
like,
you
who's
so
this?
I don't experience the usual, so to speak, but I just want to take a moment to say that I appreciate that you support Adam and Mitch, because outside of like my own life, obviously their well-being and their enjoyment is something that makes me happy. So yeah,
What happened?
Yeah. So
the
So-
stream was closed. Before we end everything, can I request that we listen to this fucking song, if
well,
possible?
so let's listen to it. Let's do it once we said goodbye to everybody, which I think.
I think
Did I
we're
leave?
gone now. Someone left and it was over.
Mitch,
No.
is that you?
No, it's still
still
open,
there?
but we're gonna go listen to this this fucking song, and we're gonna end the stream. So thank you guys for
All right.
everything.
All right.
We will
Thank you,
see
guys.
you in not all that
Have a
long.
Good night, everyone. Thanks
Bye.
for welcoming me. Bye.
My clap.